I got a cheat ability in a different world, and become extraordinary even in the real world. Volume 4. Prologue. A lot of mysteries still remain shrouded in the Great Devil's Nest. That is where Yuuya's master, the White Rabbit, was confronting a certain monster. Grr. The one confronting Usagi was a powerful monster called Lion Emperor, a powerful monster that could only be encountered by going to the Great Devil's Nest's inner parts. Although it was such a monster, the Lion Emperor could not move in front of the little rabbit. That's because it knows that if it moves even the slightest bit, it will be defeated at that moment. While the Lion Emperor was desperately trying to figure out how to get out of this situation, Usagi was extremely carefree. Few knew. If it's like usual, it will be over instantly, but... As Usagi said that, he looked at his right hand. At that moment, a ball of water emerges in Usagi's right hand. If it's only with magic, what would happen? Ga. Ga. The moment Usagi's consciousness shifted to his right hand, the Lion Emperor didn't miss the opening and jumped at Usagi. The moment it jumped on Usagi, the place where the Lion Emperor was standing earlier was severely gouged out, and with the speed at which the Lion Emperor moved, the surrounding, black hard tree, was knocked down by the wind pressure alone. The Lion Emperor was convinced that Usagi had been killed with this full strike. But... Humph. Gah. Usagi lightly jumped and avoided the Lion Emperor's attack, and then pushed the water ball he generated with his right hand directly against the Lion Emperor's back. Crush it. Gah. What was in Usagi's right hand earlier should have been a small water ball. Still, the moment it was pressed against the Lion Emperor's back, it turned into a mass of several dozen tons of water, literally crushing the Lion Emperor. Usagi that knocked down the Lion Emperor with that blow tilted his head in frustration as he landed. Umu. Maybe it's because I don't have enough magic power, I guess I can only do that much. If possible, I would have liked to use more powerful magic like Yuuya's, but... At the time when Yuuya was involved in the problems of the Alceria Kingdom, this is how Usagi continued to train in the Great Devil's Nest, and as a result, he continued to hone his studies in search of a result that was as satisfying as possible. Of course, he didn't miss the training of kicking as well as magic, and he was also thinking about the next content he was going to teach Yuuya. Sigh. Well, I guess I'll just have to give up on magic power only because of my race. It was the moment when he said that with some sadness and tried to find a magical cultivation partner again. Usagi hurriedly jumped up from the spot. Then something sharp passed through the place where Usagi had been standing just now at a tremendous speed. Using the air as a foothold, Usagi prepared his stance and landed safely, and while he was wary of his surroundings, he shouted, "You have the courage to pick a fight with me. Show yourself." A girl appeared in obedience to Usagi's words. Her skin was white and smooth, and her hair was as white as snow. Dressed in a white sleeveless dress, no great emotion was visible on her face. Her grey, somewhat mysterious eyes were coldly staring at Usagi. "Who are you? Why did you attack me out of the blue?" However, the girl did not answer Usagi's question. Nevertheless, the hostility radiating from the girl didn't change, and Usagi narrowed his eyes at such a girl. "It seems you don't want to talk. Then I'll have you tell me the reason even if I have to force you to speak up." When he said that, Usagi accelerated at once and instantly thinned the distance with the girl. Ha! Usagi unleashed a kick at the girl's head with minimal movement. That kick was indeed a full-bodied blow with no holding back. Even Yuuya was still unable to deal with this Usagi's all-out movement. It was expected that the girl would also receive Usagi's kick. But... too slow. Huh? The girl effortlessly avoided Usagi's kick. Then the trees around the position the girl had been standing in just now disappeared. Usagi's kick had contained that much power. Seeing that movement, Usagi's eyes widened slightly. "You can follow this movement of mine?" Once Usagi's question was asked, the girl just kept a blank expression on her face. Refusing to speak, huh? Then? Are you one of the saints? How dare you attack me? Is this a publicity stunt? Nay, I'm here to invite you. Invite me. The unexpected words made Usagi tilt his head more and more. It's because the girl's purpose is completely unknown. But without paying any attention to Usagi's condition, the girl told him calmly, I will destroy everything in this world. This world, which has no salvation, is not worth defending. What? Which is why I want you to cooperate. To destroy this world. What do you mean by that? Usagi let out a dumbfounded sigh and stared at the girl as if he was shooting through her. No salvation? Don't decide that on your own. I'm fulfilled. Don't drag me into your selfish agenda. What do you want in the first place? Who in the world do you think you are? Silence. If you refuse it, then I'll just have to kill you. All that is useless will be eliminated. Same goes for you. Say what you want, girl. Just as Usagi jumped at the girl again and was about to unleash another powerful blow, Usagi felt a chill in his neck and changed direction, following the sensation. Just then, something suddenly fell between Usagi and the girl. It crashed into the ground, causing the ground to cave in significantly, changing the terrain around it. Usagi turned his attention to the thing that had fallen while adjusting his stance in the air and let out a surprised cry. An arrow. It's over. After the girl's words that told him so matter-of-factly, the sound of many things cutting the wind came into Usagi's ears. This sound is. He tried to find the sound source, but the sound seemed to be coming from all directions. And then. Huh? Suddenly, a huge amount of arrows flew at Usagi. Arrow cage. Ha! That technique is. The name of the technique released from the girl's mouth sounded familiar to Usagi. He tried to ask her about it, but the arrows that attacked him would not allow him to do so. Each of the arrows had a power that made it a kill, and it was something that could finally be surpassed by using Usagi's kicks and ears with all his might. But in a situation where arrows of such power were constantly attacking, it seemed like it was only a matter of time before Usagi would get hit. But that is only if it was Usagi in the past. Ha! Ha! Magic? Usagi created a mass of wind in his palm as he swatted away the incoming arrows. Then he slammed it to the ground as hard as he could, and the compressed air exploded, blowing away all of the flying arrows. Usagi, who finally managed to avoid the arrow attacks, rattled his neck lightly. Arrow cage, as I recall, it was a superb technique to anticipate all of the opponent's moves and shoot arrows in advance to attack the opponent from all directions at the same timing. How can you use it? That technique is the Archer Saint technique. Why are you? Strange. Kicking Saint, Ear Saint. You shouldn't be able to use magic. But you did. Same. T/N, she's indeed talking like this. The same? I'm in the middle of learning from Yuya. No, it doesn't matter. How are you able to use that technique? Yuya? Right, uncertainty identification. Change of target. Cause he taught the saint. High alert. Temporary return. Huh? What are you talking? That's enough. I won't kill you until I kill Yuya. Do you think I'm going to let you do that? While making a mass of compressed water and a massive wind appears in both palms, he tried to slam a kick into the girl with all his might so that she wouldn't escape, but the sound of something cutting the wind jumped into Usagi's ears again. Wah! That's a shame. I've still got a lot of arrows to play with. Damn it. Although the arrows didn't attack as much as the arrow cage, Usagi couldn't help but scream against the arrows that attacked to make sure he couldn't get close to the girl. Huh? This girl? How many steps is she predicting? Nevertheless, Usagi and the girl's distance was steadily closing, and it looked like she could close in on Usagi's attack range in a few more minutes. But. Shocking. This. Can't be helped, I can't escape at this rate. Secret skills. What? Then, a black mist suddenly erupted from the girl's body. That power is the aura of evil. Usagi had seen that power before. Because that black mist was none other than the power of evil, which was Usagi's nemesis and other holy bearers, and because of the girl's use of the power of the evil, Usagi couldn't understand the existence of the girl anymore. That's because the girl, for some reason, wears a sign of evil, and on top of that, she uses the Archer Sage technique. The girl generates a black mist and takes a tremendous amount of distance from Usagi. Return. I have no use to be here. Hey! The girl then disappeared straight into the depths of the forest while Usagi struggled with the arrows. When Usagi managed to finish dealing with the incoming arrow unharmed, he immediately headed towards where the girl disappeared. Damn. There's not even a sign of her anymore, huh? Usagi, who didn't even know which direction the girl was headed in, searched the area for a while, but he had to give up in the end. That little girl, what the hell is she? Once he calmed down, Usagi thought about the girl's identity. The technique used by that little girl is definitely the one used by the Archer Saint in the past. Even the name of the technique should have been the same. Although he tried to search for the girl's identity while sorting through the information little by little, he couldn't get an answer. I haven't seen Archer Saint for several decades now. I guess the quickest thing would be to check with the Archer Saint herself, but where is she? The most likely explanation for the girl's use of the Archer Saint technique is that the girl is the successor to the Archer Saint, but then again, there's no reason for the girl to attack Usagi or anything like that. If the girl is an evil, then there is no reason for her to acquire the Archer Saint skill. Invitation, huh? Therefore, Usagi's most mysterious thing is that he was attacked and then invited to a very unacceptable purpose, such as the destruction of the world. Moreover, it was towards Usagi, who was supposed to be the world's guardian and was bearing the name Saint. Has the Archer Saint gone mad? No, that's not possible for that woman. But if it's any other saint, Fist Saint is a possibility. Once the idea is conceived, various possibilities come to mind one after another, but in the end, none of them determine the identity of the girl. Still, there was one thing that he was understood. I let her escape, but I can't leave it alone. No matter what, that girl has the Archer Saint technique and the power of the evil and is about to destroy the world even more. This had to be stopped at all costs. Usagi looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. I have to teach Yuya a little bit about my technique. Even if he's not a saint, he can still be able to resist any enemy. With the appearance of the girl, Usagi decided to re-evaluate his training for Yuya once again. At the same time, Usagi himself, in order to master the new power of magic, began to wander the Great Devil's Nest in search of a monster to practice magic with again. Chapter 1, The Adventurers Guild. Part 1. Yuya Tenju, who had come to the royal capital of the Alceria Kingdom to meet with Lexia-san's father, King Arnold Summer, and had an audience with him. At that time, I gave Lexia-san a paradise futon as a souvenir, but it seems that giving bedding to the opposite sex means a marriage proposal in this world, and I made Arnold Summer angry. I was in a panic just to offend the king, Arnold Summer, but then suddenly, an attacker came in during the audience. Moreover, the attacker used some suspicious tools and blocked the magic of Arnold Summer's personal guards. Furthermore, it seemed that they had deployed what looked like a barrier during the audience, and it was impossible to expect the support of the guards. I don't know why, but those attackers attacked not only Arnold Summer, but also Lexia-san and the others, and the battle began. I was completely out of the picture, and in order to settle the situation, I defeated the attackers, but one of the attackers apparently possessed something that had the emblem of the prince of this country on it, and it turned out that this attack was all planned by that prince. When Arnold Summer learned of this fact, he went back to his room, and Owen-san asked me to help resolve the ruckus. And that was to escort Lexia-san. Of course, I accepted it. All of the soldiers are also busy moving around the castle to take that prince into custody, but I can't just walk around without a second thought as a stranger. It would be a disaster if this makes them suspect me too. Then, when I was wondering what I could do, Lexia-san suggested to me. Then why don't we take a tour of this royal capital? Eh? Lexia-san's eyes lit up when she unexpectedly returned the suggestion with a bare minimum of thought. Yuya-sama has come to this city and hasn't gone anywhere yet, right? So I'm going to show you around. Hey, Lexia. You think you can do that in this situation? Although Luna, the former assassin, said something plausible while dismayed by Lexia-san's words, Lexia-san's attitude remained the same. Ara, it's fine. There's nothing to do here. In fact, we'd rather become a hindrance, wouldn't we? It's not up to you to decide whether we'll be a hindrance or not, it's the country's soldiers. Then, I'll ask. Owen, do you mind if I show Yuya-sama around? Lexia-san immediately asked Owen-san, who was guarding her nearby, but Owen-san held his head as if to suppress a headache. Lexia-sama. As Luna has said, why did you think that would be acceptable in this situation? I didn't say anything so strange, did I? Because the mastermind of this attack is, well, you know, my brother. The fact that her own brother, the prince, had tried to kill her made Lexia-san look sad. So, if it turns out that my brother is the culprit, of course, the people around him will be wary, right? I'm sure even my brother knew that. And I'm pretty sure he planned to kill me after the attack. If they failed to do so, the difficulty of killing me would be much greater. But that didn't happen because of Yuya-sama's contribution. Moreover, the worst thing that could happen is that they found out that the culprit was my brother. So there's no more time left for my brother. Even if he wanted to do something from here, he wouldn't have enough people to do it. And it hasn't even been a day since the attack, so even if he wanted to gather people from the outside, that would be impossible in this high state of alert, right? Well, isn't it easier now? I hardly need to worry about the assassins from my brother. He can't even send out subordinates or assassins to gather information. If he does that, and those men follow me, we'll know where my brother is in one shot. So even if I went out here, my brother wouldn't have any information that I had gone out. If so, don't you think it's safer to stay outside than inside the castle, where assassins will be sent to kill me as my brother's last pawns? Lexia-sama. You just want to go out, after all, don't you? Isn't it obvious? Without seeming to be offended, Lexia-san replied with pride. No, is that okay? Don't you want to take a tour of the city too, Yuya-sama? Well. I mean, I've come all this way. I'd like to do some sightseeing, too. You know? And that's why I'm here. Then it would be better if only Lexia stayed in the castle. I'll guide Yuya myself. What? Then suddenly, Luna interrupted Lexia-san's words. For whatever reason, it would be bad for the royalty to leave the castle so easily, wouldn't it? Besides, no matter how unlikely it is that assassins will be sent out, it should be safer inside the castle where many soldiers are on alert. Therefore, Lexia should feel safe and secure staying in the castle. I won't stand for this. You're my bodyguard. Couldn't Owen here be your bodyguard? Kiai. I won't accept that. Or rather, Luna just wants to be alone with Yuya-sama, right? That's not true. This is a respectable job, yeah. You're lying. I'm completely out of the picture, and Lexia-san and Luna are getting more and more heated up before I could speak. But. Well then, if I guide Yuya Dono, and Luna and Lexia-sama wait in the castle, everything will be fine, right? Rejected. Owen-san's suggestion was exactly what I was thinking too, but it was rejected by the two of them, who were in perfect sync with each other. No, it was either in a good or a bad way. However, the rejected Owen-san also seemed to have expected it to happen and let out a long sigh. I understand. Then, Lexia-sama, Luna, and I will guide Yuya Dono. Owen, we don't need you. This is non-negotiable. I am Lexia-sama's bodyguard. Even if Luna is present, that will not change. Besides, I'll be escorting you from a little distance. Luna will be by Lexia Summer's side, so I'll be guarding from the surrounding area. Is that okay with you? Then, well, I don't really need to, but I allow it. It can't be helped. I'll allow it, too. It's strange. I am definitely more experienced than you as a guard. Why do you have to look down on me? The cold attitude of the two of them made Owen-san hold his head as if he was tired. Really, thank you for your efforts. Well then, Yuya-sama, let's go right away. Lexia-san pulled my arm, and we went straight to the royal capital. Yuya-sama. Come on, let's go to that jewelry store. Yuya. Instead of the jewelry store, let's go to the blacksmith's shop over there. Although I went out to the royal capital, I didn't have any particular place in mind that I wanted to go. I completely left it up to Lexia-san and Luna, but as a result of that, the two of them said where they each wanted to go, and I was in trouble. First of all, I don't even know the value of things when I go to the jewelry store, and most importantly, I don't have the money to buy something as expensive as jewelry. No, I guess I could just sell the pepper or something else again. And about the blacksmith, for now, I'm satisfied enough with Sage-san's weapons and Bloody Ogre's drop items. The Bloody War Demons series, by the way, Owen-san is escorting us from a distance, so I can't even get him to do something about this situation. Furthermore, since Lexia-san and Luna took both my arms and entwined them with each other, I can feel the touch of their breasts on my two arms. Besides, I'm trying to get rid of consciousness from that feeling, so I can't stop the two of them from arguing even more, and it's really chaotic. The two of them are walking down the capital streets, with me between them, while arguing, and as one would expect from such a noisy city, people are starting to pay attention to us. They don't come to stare at us directly, but rather they come to glance at us stealthily. Hey. Is that guy a nobleman from somewhere? Maybe. But the way he dresses, and the way he acts, is very elegant. Cool. Having two such beautiful women on the side. Damn it. As expected of such a face. Or is it because of money? I guess it's both, huh? Although I can feel the stealthy gaze, I don't feel any killing intent mixed in with the gaze, so I don't have to worry too much about it. If there were a gaze that looked dangerous, Owen-san would notice it, and most importantly, there's no way Knight would miss it. This time as well, Knight was the first to notice the attack on Arnold Summer. As for Akatsuki, well, yeah. However, I noticed here that even though the princess, Lexia-san, was walking around the city, no one seemed to have noticed, and there was no one who came to observe her in a special way. This is because in case she was going out into the city, Lexia-san had changed out of her dress, and now she was dressed in a simple outfit, just like the people in the city. Nevertheless, the clothes themselves are shiny, and if one looks closely, one can see that they are made of good materials, not the stiff clothes that everyone else wears. The reason why she's dressed like a commoner like this is what the high-status people called walking incognito. I have seen something like this in the movie Roman Holiday, and surprisingly, no one has found out so far, and it seems Lexia-san has often walked incognito in a city like this. As they made a bit of noise, I bowed lightly to the surroundings and noticed a certain building. A sign with a sword and shield was posted on the front, and the wooden structure of that building resembled a merchant's guild building. Perhaps because of the western doors, the smell inside the building drifted up to me, and it smelled a bit like alcohol. Is it a tavern? It's an odd sign for that. As I was looking at the building, Luna noticed it and told me. What's wrong? What is it, Yuya? Are you interested in being an adventurer? Adventurer? Yes, the building you're looking at is the Adventurers Guild. Oh. So this is the Adventurers Guild. To be honest, I don't know what kind of organization it is. It was easy to understand that the Merchant Guild was a guild for merchants, but as for adventurers, it's hard for me to imagine, and I don't really understand what kind of profession that is. When I first invited Lexia-san and the others to my house, it was briefly explained to me about them, but the only thing I understood was that they were slaying monsters and such. While I was looking at the building with interest, Luna asked me, Do you want to go there? Well, I'm interested to know. On the way to this royal capital, I did register with the Merchant Guild. However, I'm rather better at fighting monsters than doing business. It's not that I don't like to fight, and the reason I fight monsters is also meant to train and gain the strength needed to survive in this world in a sense, but either way, it can be said that I'm better at fighting monsters than working as a merchant. Then hearing my words, for some reason, Luna and Lexia-san make a delicate expression. What kind of joke is it that a person who lives in that great devil's nest is rather better at fighting monsters? Yuya-sama. In Yuya-sama's caliber, if you say you're a little good at fighting, it's indeed a pity for the others. Eh? Is that so? My only experience of fighting against people is the attack in the audience room and the one with Luna before that, and I don't think my personality is suited for combat in the first place. I fight to get stronger for the sake of survival, and I don't find any joy in fighting itself. If possible, I'd rather spend my time living comfortably with Knight and Akatsuki. In addition, I'm currently training under Master Usagi, and I still have a lot of work to do in terms of combat using magic. Well, it's okay. Now that we're here, why don't you also register as an adventurer? Is that so? The Merchant Guild's guild card is useful enough as identification, but if you want to trade monster materials or accept requests for a little bit of extra money, the Adventurers Guild is easier. Basically, the adventurers are doing as they please. I see. Nodding at Luna's explanation, Lexia-san's eyes lit up, and she agreed. That's okay, then. I can see Yuya-sama in action as an adventurer. No, I haven't even registered yet. I don't think I can be that useful. For my part, if I'm going to take a request, I want something that isn't too dangerous. Fumu. Then I'll register with Yuya. That way, Yuya and I can take the request together. Wait. No way. You can't, Luna. Why not? You're my bodyguard. But that doesn't mean we're going to be together all the time, does it? Because I'd like to have other ways to make money, too. Luna tells Lexia-san that and then turns to me. Come on, Yuya, let's just get the registration over with, shall we? Please, why it? Luna put on a victorious expression and entered the Adventurers Guild building, dragging Lexia-san, who was trying to keep her back, with her. I looked away from it, appalled, and turned my gaze to Knight and Akatsuki. Shall we go too? Woof. Fugo. A little later, we opened the western door and went in, and there was, as expected, a tavern-like area on the right as we entered, with some men and women talking and drinking what appeared to be alcohol. At the front was what appeared to be a reception area, where people with armor and weapons were going through some sort of procedure. There is a large bulletin board to the left, and papers have been pasted up. The moment I entered, I felt a lot of eyes on me. It's as if those eyes are assessing my quality, maybe they measure something like my ability. Could it be that they are looking at me with the appraisal skill? But since I'm hiding my status with the concealment skill, I think it's okay. Maybe. While receiving such a gaze, I was unintentionally impressed by the different atmosphere from the Merchants Guild. As I was looking around, I was approached by Luna and the others who had entered before me. Hey, Yuya. This way. Like I said. Luna, you can't register for that. You hear me? Come on, we'll register together, listen to me. Without looking at Lexia-san at all, Luna smiles as she says that to me. As I approached her while twitching my cheeks at her sight, I suddenly noticed that Owen-san was not here. Huh? Is Owen-san staying outside? Oh, that Knight is probably waiting outside. The adventurers and the knights are the complete opposite in nature. The knights who keep discipline and the adventurers who seek freedom. Well, more than that, if he were here, he would stand out. But is that okay? Will Lexia-san's protection be okay? I'm good enough to escort her on my own. No problem. Yes. There is a problem. The problem is that you aren't allowed to register. So, Let's register. Stop ignoring me. At first, the relationship between the assassin and the assassination's target was complicated, but now they seem to be on good terms with each other. That's good. Anyway, making too much noise would bother the people around us, so we headed to the empty reception desk. There was a woman at the reception desk dressed in a brown outfit that looked like a uniform, with red eyes and beautiful blonde hair tied up in one piece. "Excuse me, we'd like to register." "Eh? Why, yes. Registration, isn't it? The one who is registering is me and me. You can't." Luna admonishes Lexia-san, who still continues to say that even though she's already arrived at the reception desk as if she was dumbfounded. "You know what? Give up for goodness sake. As I said before, I'm not guarding you at all times. Or is there something else? Are you saying you won't even give me a day off?" It's not like that, but... Besides, being an escort alone will slow me down. It's convenient for me to be an adventurer to prevent that from happening. Of course, I would like to take the request with Yuya, but I'm sure Yuya will be busy, so we won't be able to take it together so easily. Really? After hearing Luna's words, Lexia-san looks at me. But what should I say? As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't say anything, so I didn't say anything. I turned my gaze to Luna in confusion, and she glared at me as if to say, "Just nod off, what's that?" Well, the reason I was able to come to the royal capital like this is that I had a little time to spare, and what Luna is saying is correct. Even after the current commotion is over, I have to leave immediately. I see. Lexia-san found out that I don't receive requests with Luna very often, and for some reason, she seemed relieved. Still, when she heard that I had to leave immediately after the current commotion was taken care of, her expression became cloudy again. These are the only things. I'm a high school student, anyway. I'm sorry. It's going to be me and this lady who is registering, please. I hurriedly told the receptionist, who watched our exchange with bewilderment, and the receptionist nodded once and took out 2 sheets of paper. That paper, just like the Merchants Guild registration, seemed strangely coarse and difficult to write on. If this paper is so mainstream, maybe I can sell some copy paper or something. Then the 2 of you should fill out this form. Yes. Oh, by the way, what do you think of these boys? They're indeed monsters, but do they need to be registered, too? Woof. Fugo. I take Knight and Akatsuki in my arms and show them to the receptionist. Actually, can Knight and Akatsuki be considered as monsters? They're so much smarter than the monsters I've fought so far, and when it came to Akatsuki, there was no hostility or harm from the start. Then the receptionist looked at them in a bit of surprise but laughed gently. "No, you're the only one who needs to register." "Okay, thank you." While thanking the receptionist, I was about to fill out the paper that was handed to me when I realized that the contents were similar to what I had written in the Merchant Guild. However, perhaps because of the dangerous job of being an adventurer, I'm supposed to write down the weapons and magic attributes that I can use and so on. Do they look at compatibility with the request or something? However, I had to get my head around the magic attributes I could use. Magic attributes? Isn't magic something you can do with most things if you have imagination and magical power? Sage San's book said that imagination and magic power were important, but he didn't specifically mention attributes. In fact, this method was also used to teach Usagi-san, so Usagi-san can use a variety of magic without being bound by the attributes. However, the magic that can be used depends on the amount of magical power and imagination. And thanks to the magic circuit I inherited from Sage-san, I can use magic without having to think about it. I'm also increasing my magic power by leveling up. It's really various, Sage-san. But when I looked at the section of this form, it seems that the magic attributes are common knowledge. The discrepancy between common sense and the Sage-san himself is something that was worried about. In other words, if I try to write all the attributes here, it's going to be a big deal. In that case, Let's write something safe. For now, I think water, fire, and wind. I think that if there is a space attribute, since I use teleportation magic, that will fall under this category as well, but I think that's just as important as writing all attributes. Lexia-san has told me that I shouldn't tell anyone about the teleportation magic. It's definitely not a good idea to let people know. By the way, the reason why I chose water, fire, and wind is that it's a magic that is inconspicuous and yet often used. You can use fire when you're camping out, and water is also useful when you're thirsty and can be drunk right away. And with water, you can use it in the forest without having to worry about your surroundings. Also, the wind is invisible, which is very useful when attacking. When I was filling out the form, my hand stopped at a certain column. What's this? Amount of magic power possessed, category? I tilted my head at the unfamiliar words and asked the receptionist, who was kind enough to tell me. Yes. The column there is for you two to fill in the amount of magic power you both have. There are some requests for which a higher amount of magic power is recommended, so. I see. But what should I write? Is the amount of magic power I have supposed to be the number in my stats magic power column? As I was thinking this, the receptionist took out a clear crystal from under the desk. Then, I will use this crystal to measure your magic power level. Aren't those magic power numbers in status? Although that is the amount of magic, adventurers basically hide their private parts in their own hands. That's why this crystal is a magic tool that changes color depending on the amount of magic power, so it can hide detailed numbers and other details. The measurement seemed to start with Luna first, and Luna placed her hand on the crystal. Then the crystal glowed yellow. Yes, Customer-san magic power is yellow. Well, I'm not very good at magic, anyway. Luna doesn't seem particularly bothered by this, but how much is yellow? Then, please. I knew that the colors would tell the difference, but I had no idea what color was good and what color was bad. I was going to ask, but it was already prepared, so I put my hand on the crystal for now. Clank. The crystal shattered. There's an indescribable silence between us. Wait a minute. It's broken, but was it my fault? Could it be that I have to pay for it? To be honest, I don't understand the situation at all, but no matter how I look at it, it was probably my fault that the crystal was broken. In that case, I should have to pay for it, but it's bad. Will the money I have now be enough? Just as I wondered if I had to sell the pepper again, the receptionist immediately came to her senses. It's surprising. I didn't expect you to have enough magic power to break this crystal. When the receptionist said that with a quiver in her voice, Luna was taken aback. I didn't expect it to end normally since it's Yuya, but it's really unexpected. Yuya-sama, that's amazing. To break a magic crystal, that is said to be impossible unless you're a legendary elf. For some reason, Lexia-san's eyes sparkled even though I had broken the crystal, and the receptionist didn't seem to be angry at me. What about the reimbursement? The receptionist smiles and shakes her head when I asked that fearfully. No, it's fine. I can see that it wasn't intentional. Thank goodness. Apparently, I don't have to pay any reimbursement. Even so, it's amazing. I've never seen someone break the crystal before. As I was relieved from the bottom of my heart, the receptionist said that to me while tightening her cheeks a little. It seems I don't have to pay for it, but apparently, I'm a little out of the ordinary. No, I just put my hand on the crystal, and she said there's nothing she can do about. Despite the accident, I finished filling out the other sections with a quill pen that I'm not used to and handed the paper to the receptionist. Then, just before I finished writing, Luna also seemed to have finished writing and handed the paper to the receptionist. It's done. Yes. You must be Luna-sama. The entry itself is fine here. Just one thing I'd like to confirm, is there anything else you can use other than the thread in the weapons to use section here? What's the problem with the thread? No, there's nothing wrong with filling out the form itself, but the thread weapon itself is so rare that if I were to appoint a request to Lunar Summer, it would be difficult to make sure it was appropriate for Lunar Summer. I see. I'm sorry to say, but I can't use much of a weapon other than that thread. If I had to say anything, I'd say it's only martial arts and dagger. Well, the thread is very applicable. I'm sure you won't make a big mistake, whether it's a designated request or not. Besides, there's no rule that says you must accept a request just because it's a designation request, right? Yes, I suppose so. Of course, if the request is urgent, or if it's a request that has to do with the survival of the country, it would be difficult to refuse. In that case, it's not even a question of saying no or refusing, is it? Yes. Then, I have no problem. If it's too much for me, I won't take it. Very well. So, I guess we'll just go ahead with it. The receptionist nodded at Luna's words and removed the paper once and took my paper. You must be Yuya Summer. The contents of the form are: A. You can use 3 magic attributes as well? That's right, is there something wrong with that? A. It's unusual. Using 3 attributes is just like the people in legends and fairy tales. Oh, hey. I'm glad I didn't write all the attributes. While I am relieved from the bottom of my heart, Luna stared at me. Yuya. Magic, other than non-attribute magic and life magic, requires talent to use in the first place. And that, you have 3 attributes. I knew that Yuya Summer was amazing. Luna seems to be dumbfounded, but Lexia-san looks at me with shining eyes. But this isn't because I'm amazing, it's just that the magic power circuit I inherited from Sage-san is too amazing. Besides, I only made the 3 attributes for the sake of convenience, but in reality, as long as I have magic power and imagination, it's almost like it's unlimited. Ahem. I'm sorry for being so distraught. The magic one is fine here. No, it's not okay, but this is all self-declared, so. Does that mean that if I write a lie, I'm going to get ripped off somewhere? Let's be careful. It's not a lie, though. The weapons are mainly spears and swords, correct? Yeah, correct. Those are the 2 that are used most often. The receptionist nodded in confirmation, and she set the paper Luna, and I gave her into a strange machine that looks like a photocopy machine, and the moment she pressed the button, the paper disappeared, and an iron plate came out. I didn't see it in the Merchant Guild, but I wonder if the same machine was used to build a guild card? Yes, this is Yuya Summer and Lunar Summer's guild cards. Freshly registered like Yuya Summer and Lunar Summer will start at the lowest rank, F rank. F rankers can only receive requests from the same F rank or 1 rank higher. In other words, E rank requests. Also, regarding rank promotion, it will be based on the results of your requests and your attitude within the guild, so there will not be a specific number to promote you to a higher rank. The content is almost the same as the Dark Guild. Luna murmurs quietly next to me. Is there such a thing as a rank in the Dark Guild? The receptionist didn't seem to hear Luna's murmurings and continued without seeming to change in any way. Do you have any questions so far? The assignments. Is there a rule that you always have to fulfill the request or something like that? No, that's not particularly true. Some people register with the Adventurers Guild in order to obtain a guild card to serve as their identification, so we leave it up to you to decide whether or not to accept the request. I was relieved to hear that explanation. If there was some kind of quota, I had to take requests frequently. That's because it's tough from my point of view. After all, I usually want to do some sightseeing or have to go to school in the real world. Next is the explanation of the request. As for the collecting type, you must collect the amount of material listed on the request form, but if you collect a lot of material, there will be additional compensation. However, please be careful not to collect all the plants in a cluster. If you collect all of them, there is a possibility that the plant won't be able to grow. Fumu. If you collect a lot, you get more money, but that doesn't mean you have to collect all of it. Let's be careful. After that, We've been given some basic information, such as the part of the monster that needs to be presented as proof of defeat when doing a subjugation request. Well, even if you don't bring the proof of defeat, it seems that the information is recorded on the guild card, so there is no way to cheat. I didn't understand what the principle was, though. Well, last but not least, the guild basically does not interfere in conflicts between adventurers. Please be fully aware of that. Oh, I understand. A conflict between adventurers. Is this a fight? I don't know, but I don't want to fight like that either, so I nodded obediently. I'm sorry for the late introduction, my name is Emilia. And now that we welcomed Yuya Summer and Luna Summer in the Adventurers Guild, I look forward to working with you in the future. When she said that, the receptionist, Emilia smiled. After we finished registering, we left the receptionist and had a little discussion. Well, what do we do now? Now that we've come to the point, we might as well take the request. Are you sure? I mean, Lexia-san and the others have done all the work to guide me, but it's okay. I've always wanted to make my adventurer's debut too. No, you're not even registered, come on. I'm in the mood. In the mood. I don't mind the mood and the adventurer's debut, but would Owen-san allow the princess to be an adventurer? While thinking about that, Lexia-san's momentum pushed us to accept the request that we ended up being able to do right away. There are so many different kinds. Well, we've only just registered, so I'm sure the requests will be limited. Certainly, Luna was right, as far as the requests we could receive, most of them were of the type of helping people in the city, and beyond that, most of them were to defeat monsters with names I didn't even know. Then, Lexia-san is surprised while looking at the bulletin board as well. It's amazing. These many requests are coming in for adventurers every day, right? Yes. The Dark Guild I belong to has the same with the so-called Adventurers Guild designation request, so it's refreshing to see the request posted all the time like this, or to be able to choose a request at will. I honestly have no idea what kind of existence the Dark Guild is and what it's for, but just listening to Luna's story, I thought it was a pretty decent organization. While the three of us were looking at the bulletin board for a while, we were suddenly approached by a voice. You there? I turned around and saw a woman standing there, dressed like a witch with a bright red face. She's that, a witch in a big black hat and a black dress. However, this woman's clothes were, how should I say, sensational, with her chest open so much that it was hard to look at her. Besides, she reeks of alcohol. She's quite drunk. As I'm thinking like that, Luna stands between the woman and me. What? Do you need something from us? Oh, don't be so wary. I just saw a nice guy and called him out. Why you can't? Because Yuya Summer is mine. No, I'm not really Lexia-san's thing, but... And I've turned down the marriage proposal. Didn't I? I was starting to feel uneasy. As I was thinking like that, the woman in witch form slipped past Luna's side and approached me. Then, she held my arms to her chest just like that. Tilda. The more I look at you, the more I see you as a fine man. What do you think? Do you want to do something nice with Oni-san? Huh? Hey. Get away from Yuya Summer. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Oni-san will be sad if you reject her like that. Well, I don't know who you are, but I think you've been drinking a little too much. Luna, looking a little angry, grabs the woman's hand in witch appearance and pulls her away from me. Saved. However, the woman in witch appearance shows no signs of discipline and smiles brightly, and looks at me as if she's found some kind of prey. I'm sorry, okay? But I'm an adventurer myself, and if someone looks a little stronger, I'd like to get to know them. I was watching the interaction at the reception desk earlier. The boy there is great, don't you think? If you can connect with someone like that, it might help you in some way. I'm still new to being an adventurer, but Luna seems to understand what the woman says and gives a small snort. The woman's smile deepened at Luna's situation. Well, that's the reason. I'm Grainer. That's about it for today, but I'll be happy to take the request with you at some other time. After saying that much, the woman in the witch's outfit, Grainer-san, left in a flash. Seeing that figure, I say to Knight and Akatsuki, we're not quite there yet, and we're not as good as Grainer-san says by now, are we? Woof. Fugu. Knight tilted his head, and Akatsuki gave me a subtle look for some reason. No, why? Then Luna also looks at me with a subtle expression. Hey Yuya. Eh? No, it's nothing. In a way, I'd say it's typical of Yuya. What does that matter? It's more of a matter of that woman targeting Yuya-sama. In order to protect Yuya-sama from that woman, shouldn't I also have to register as an adventurer? No, this Grainer person's existence is indeed a problem, but beyond that, if you move any more freely, that Owen guy will collapse. When Luna admonished her to do so, Lexia-san's mouth twitched in a trivial manner, but yeah, I think she shouldn't do that either. It would be really hard for Owen-san. It can't be helped. Then let's take a request that I could do as well. There was a request on the board for a herb collection. Even if I can't register as an adventurer, I can still help you with this, right? That's fine, but you'll have to convince Owen to do that yourself. Of course. I'm sorry, Owen-san. I don't think I can stop the two of them from doing this. While Lexia-san and then the others were moving more and more freely, I apologized in my mind to Owen-san, who was taking care of her. Part 2. After our conversation with Grainer-san, we decided to accept the request to collect medicinal herbs according to Lexia-san's idea, so we quickly went to the reception desk to finish the procedure and came outside the capital. As expected, we accepted the request, and although Owen was reluctant to have Lexia-san participate in the request, Lexia-san's momentum overwhelmed him, and in the end, he agreed to allow her. I'm really sorry, Owen-san. Well, since Yuya Dono is present, it won't be a problem, I guess. I've been trusted mysteriously, but I'm causing Owen-san a lot of trouble, so I'll try to live up to that trust. It seems that medicinal herbs grow surprisingly everywhere outside this city, and it's not hard to find them. However, I've never seen any other medicinal herbs other than Complete Recovery Herb, so I asked the receptionist to show me a sample, but, well, I couldn't understand what the difference was between them and the grasses growing around here and there. Speaking of which, the Complete Recovery Herb is very similar, anyway. Fortunately, I don't think I can fail since I can use identification, and since Luna seems to know what kind of herbs they are, I don't need to worry about it. In fact, Luna, Lexia-san, and the others had said that it would be okay to make a request to defeat a super easy monster, but as expected, Owen-san had done his best to stop them from doing so. Besides, when I looked at the bulletin board, I noticed that the request form for collecting medicinal herbs seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and when I asked why, I found out that it was apparently left because it was more profitable to defeat monsters such as slimes and goblins, which were in the weakest category in the world, and that's why it was being left there. I don't know how weak they are because my image of slime and goblins is completely of the monsters in that forest, but if I think of the money from completing the request plus the money from redeeming the drop items, then defeating them is probably more fruitful. Maybe that's why I decided to accept the request to collect medicinal herbs quietly, because I was told that if this were the case, the stock of medicinal herbs would eventually run out, and there would be a problem in case of an emergency. Well, I don't really need the money right now, and Lexia-san seemed to want to help me out as much as possible after hearing about the situation, and Luna didn't have any particular objection to the herb collection. By the way, the number of herbs collected to accomplish the request is 10, but it seems that if you collect more than that, you will be paid an additional reward. However, if you uproot the medicinal herbs around you to get that extra reward, the Adventurers Guild will find out about it, and you'll have to pay a fine. Well, it would be very annoying if I picked them all up and they never grew again. However, it's not an amount that can be picked up so easily, and the vitality of the herbs themselves is so strong that they'll grow right back if left unchecked, so there's no need to worry. Once I stepped outside the city, a pleasant breeze blew through. The wind feels nice. Well, yes. I wouldn't have had time to enjoy the wind like this in the past, but it feels good to feel it like this. Yes. I, too, have been on the official business lately, or only in the castle, so it's a bit refreshing to get some fresh air. Shopping in the city is nice, but this kind of time is nice too. Lexia Summer. Don't get too excited, okay? I just want you to avoid moving around too much under the current circumstances. Owen-san let out a sigh and told that to Lexia-san. I know. But when things are settled down, I'd like to have dinner outside on a nice day like this. Lexia-san looked at us and smiled as she said that. It's certainly a moderate temperature, and most importantly, the air is clear, so a picnic would be nice. Well, there will be danger of monsters and such. We entered the meadow just outside the city and looked around while remembering the medicinal herbs Emilia-san showed us. Oh, this is it, right? Then I immediately found something that looked like the herb, and so I activated identification. Heel grass, a plant that is called medicinal herb in this world. It is mainly treated as an ingredient in recovery medicine. It can be used by grinding the leaves as they are and is effective for grazing wounds, etc. It is highly effective to pull them out while being careful not to damage the roots when you collect them. Phew. It seems like this is definitely the medicinal herb, but I didn't know they had an official name for it. Moreover, thanks to the identification, I even figured out the correct way to collect it. As I was lightly digging up the soil with my hands, Lexia-san peeked at it from the side. That's how to collect medicinal herbs, huh? I've heard somewhere that the collecting itself is not difficult, but it's best not to damage the roots as much as possible. In that sense, Yuya's collection is very careful. Then I can just do like Yuya-sama did and collect as many as I want. Hey, have you forgotten what Emilia told you? You can't take too many of them, either. That's right. The medicinal herbs themselves seem to have a strong life force and fertility, so if you leave a few plants behind, they'll be back to normal in a few days. I know. Oh, it's so boring just to collect, Luna. Let's have a match. Huh? Luna was taken aback by Lexia-san's sudden suggestion. By the way, Yuya-sama will be the referee. Eh? I'm involved too. Ignoring me and Luna, who was surprised, Lexia-san started to run. The winner gets the right to monopolize Yuya-sama for a day. Well then, let the game begin. Oh, hey, Lexia. Sigh. Yuya. I'll go to Lexia's place, so come over after you get as many of the requests as you can get, or rather, suddenly starting on those terms would be unfair. After saying that, Luna hurriedly headed towards Lexia-san while holding her head. No, that's fine, but why is the right to monopolize me for a day treated as a prize? And how about my will? I look away from them in a daze, but since they've already gone, I call out tonight. I'll ask you two to help me out then, okay? Woof. Booey. Here's the herb, and tell me if you find one just like it, okay? Woof. Fugo. They each put their noses close to the herb, sniffed it, and then went separate. I watched as they went to look for the new ones, and then I started to look for mine, and I found one growing nearby and collected it as well. It's simple, but I like this kind of work. I can become more carefree. After searching for a while like this, Night barked lightly. Woof. Oh, did you find it? When I approached Night, there was something that looked like a medicinal herb growing there. However, I felt somewhat strange with it, and when I activated identification, it was displayed like this. Magic heel grass, a plant that resembles a medicinal herb. However, this doesn't heal wounds but has the effect of restoring magic power. It is mainly treated as an ingredient in magic power recovery medicine. Even if you put the leaves in your mouth, a very small amount of magic power is recovered. The collection method is the same as for medicinal herbs. Apparently, it was something a little different. Too bad. I think this isn't the herb that we are looking for. Q1. Don't look so down. It's a good one, at least. Woof. I gently patted Knight, who sounded sad for making a mistake. As I collected magic heel grass with Knight, who had regained his spirits, I heard Akatsuki's voice this time. Buoy. Buoy buoy. Did Akatsuki find it too? As we hurried towards Akatsuki, he looked at us and gave us a smug look. We turned our attention to the medicinal herb that he had found while smiling bitterly at his appearance. Eh? And I was at a loss for words. Well, Akatsuki? I told you I wanted you to find me some herbs, didn't I? Buoy, and this one? Buoy. Akatsuki pointed with his hoof as if to say, this is the medicinal herb. In case something goes wrong, I activated identification. Ikekoro grass, a plant that must never be eaten. If you ingest it even once, the last thing you'll do is pass away to the other world instantly. Unless you have poison resistance and poison invalidation skills, but even then, no one would like to eat it. However, if mixed with the proper procedures and ingredients, it can be transformed into a poison neutralizer. All you have to do is collect the leaves. T/N, Ikekoro means losing easily, being trounced, being beaten hands down and such. It was different. It's just as strange as it sounds. Everything around it is green, but the grass is purple. Moreover, it has red and yellow spots. The color combination is just as if to say, don't eat it. Akatsuki-san. Are you saying that this is the herb? Buoy. Yeah, you should look at it more. Buoy? Akatsuki was shocked by my words. I don't think of it as a medicinal herb, though it could be used as a poison neutralizer if I got the ingredients and procedures right. Well, since Akatsuki found it, I'll take it anyway. We also found some other medicinal herbs, but we couldn't find them all together as they were not in a cluster. Then, Lexia-san, who was collecting at another location, comes running towards me. Yuya-sama, look. In Lexia-san's hand, there was something that looked like a medicinal herb, but how could it be? She was very muddy. What happened? As I was surprised to see Lexia-san in her muddy state, a tired-looking Luna also comes from behind her. Hey, Lexia. Are you sure you're royalty? That's not ladylike or anything at all. Ara, excuse me. I've been doing my official duties as a member of the royal family, and my manners are perfect. And isn't this mud a so-called adventurer's courtesy? What's your image of the adventurer in your mind? You won't be offended, will you? They're so muddy. Really, Lexia-san was covered in mud and really a mess. I would have believed her if she had told me that she had gone head first into a puddle. Well, isn't it okay? I'm not using a dress, anyway. I'm really sorry, Owen-san. By the way, both Luna and Lexia-san had the same number of results in the herb collection battle, and the right to monopolize me for a day never passed to anyone. At the time when Yuya and the others were receiving requests in the other world, Kaori Hojo was in her room doing her prep and review as usual. Kaori, who had been studying silently for a while, put down her pen for a break and stretched. I guess the problem is with English and ancient literature. As she realized that again, in today's review, she unexpectedly saw a calendar. Come to think of it, it's almost time for midterm exams. When she was thinking about such a vague thought, Kaori suddenly thought of Yuya. And at the same time, she remembered the incident on the way home after the ball game tournament the other day. Her face suddenly flushed red. Kaori stood up from her chair and fell onto her own bed, and writhing, "What have I done?" The day of the ball game tournament. She injured her teammate due to her own lack of athletic ability, and when she was depressed, Yuya gallantly helped her out. Kaori was attracted to Yuya, who was always there to help her, but Kaori was confused by the first time she felt that feeling. That's why, after the ball game, she couldn't help her feelings and lightly kissed Yuya's cheek. Remembering that, she had to writhe and roll around in shyness when she got home. But if she got to this point, no matter how much she had never experienced it before, Kaori could understand how she felt about Yuya too. Yuya-san. She was about to say all that, and when her face became heated again, she buried her face in the bed. Kaori writhed in shyness for a while, but she suddenly felt uneasy when she eventually cooled down. Yuya-san, he's so nice. And maybe he already has a girlfriend. And even if he didn't have one, there's no way another girl would leave him alone. Kaori suddenly begins to feel depressed, even though she seemed so happy just now. But I don't want to give up either. But what should I do? Just as she started to think about how to get as close to Yuya as possible without losing to the other girls, the calendar came into Kaori's view again. Then, realizing something, Kaori stood up vigorously. That's right. How about studying for a test with Yuya-san? For some reason, Kaori begins a questioning soliloquy in a room with no one but herself. However, Kaori herself was no longer in the mood for that, and the content of her soliloquy seemed like a very good idea. I have decided. Let's ask him about it next time. Kaori thought of the time and went to her desk again. In this way, Kaori began to study again in preparation for the time when she and Yuya would study for the test together. Chapter 2, Mysterious Attacker. We returned to the castle after finishing our request to collect medicinal herbs, but something about the situation had changed a bit from earlier, and we felt a different rush than before we left the castle. What happened? No idea. As both Luna and I tilted our heads, not quite sure what had happened, one of the soldiers who noticed us rushed over, and whispered in Owen-san's ear. Then Owen-san frowned for a moment, let out a sigh, and turned to Lexia-san. Lexia-sama. Apparently, we found out the whereabouts of His Highness. I see. Lexia-san's expression darkened as they apparently found out the location of the prince who had escaped. Owen-san, who was looking at Lexia-san with concern, turns his gaze to me. Yuya Dono. Yes? If you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you could help us. Although it's disappointing, we were not immediately aware of it when they attacked His Majesty, and furthermore, the assassin's items exposed us to a situation where we couldn't use our magic. Moreover, the assassins were all skilled professionals. That's why, in securing His Highness's custody, if an unforeseen situation arose, we might not be able to deal with it ourselves. I want to avoid at all costs letting His Highness escape as a result. That is why I am asking you. Would you be willing to help us? Don't be so formal like that. I don't mind helping if I can. Thank you very much. Owen-san said and bowed deeply to me. Then the soldiers led us to the place where the said prince was hiding. At that time, Lexia-san had decided to stay at the castle in case something happened. Of course, Lexia-san's bodyguard, Luna, is also staying with her. The place the soldiers brought us to was not inside the castle, but a small house on the outskirts of the royal capital. This place is. When I was surprised at the unexpected place, the soldier who was showing us around told us. We were unaware of it, but it seems to be the pavilion that His Majesty had prepared for His Highness. In fact, His Highness seems to have been isolated, and we've never heard of this place before. His Majesty said that there would be no other place for His Highness than this place, and after looking into it, it seems to have been the right one. First of all, the prince was isolated. That's surprising. But more than that, is that okay for me to know such information? Normally, it wouldn't be allowed, but this time, things are different. And it's something that we have to inform as well. I see. Since it's called isolated, there are only a few people around, and it's quiet. Probably no one lives in the area. Or rather, why is he isolated? He's a prince, right? When I walked in with my doubts, I saw that other soldiers had already entered and surrounded one man. The man was dressed in very high-quality clothing even from my ignorant perspective, and what was most distinctive was the mask he wore on his face. I think the man in front of me in the situation is the prince. But I'm surprised by his unexpected appearance. Your Highness, it's over. Please surrender peacefully. Shut up, shut you up. Who the fuck do you think I am? Your Highness. Stay the hell away from me. Ha! The soldiers were gradually surrounding the prince and cornering him, but they couldn't seem to get close enough because the prince was wielding a knife in his hand. If you get any closer, I will kill myself right here. That's. Who cares what happens to me anyway? Who cares if I end up dead at this point? I was surprised that such words came out of the mouth of a prince. He's a prince, right? So why did he say no one would be sad to see him die? At least, Lexia-san and the others were looking sad. When I looked around unintentionally, everyone, including Owen-san, had a complicated expression on their faces for some reason. Why? The prince then scoffed, as if he knew such a reaction from his surroundings. See, you can't say anything, can you? You think it would be better for a nuisance like me to be gone? Then I'll die here, as you wish. Your Highness. At that moment, the prince tried to swing the knife down at his neck. Hey! Is he seriously trying to die? Knight. Bite that man's arm and stop him from moving. Woof. Receiving my words, Knight fleshed out the prince with lightning speed and bit down on the prince's knife-wielding arm directly. Hi-yi. Knight's jump and bite's momentum not only deviated the trajectory of his arm, but the prince dropped his knife from the pain. Now. Owen-san didn't miss the opportunity and immediately flew instructions to the other soldiers, and the soldiers all went to restrain the prince at once. The prince hurriedly tried to grab his knife, but was hindered by Knight and was stopped in his tracks by a soldier who was originally near him and restrained him on the spot. Then, Knight, who has finished his job, comes back with his chest stretched out proudly. Woof. Thank you, Knight. Thanks for your help. Woof tilde. Fugo tilde. I stroked Knight many times, and for some reason, Akatsuki stroked Knight with his hooves while acting like a big guy. Hey, you didn't do anything, so why are you so high and mighty? Well, I haven't done anything either. But Knight doesn't seem particularly bothered by it and seems happy to be petted by Akatsuki and me. Yeah, he's cute. Let me go. Who the fuck do you think I am? Your Highness, just give up, it's your Majesty's orders. We had forgotten that the prince was in custody, and there was only a relaxed air between us, but Owen-san approached us with a bitter smile. Yuya Dono. A.R. Excuse me. It was. No, that's all right, you're very close to each other. Yes. Because they're my precious family. Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki also nodded in agreement with my words. Owen-san also nodded at us, smiling gently, but his expression quickly changed to serious. Thanks to Yuya Dono and the others, we were able to detain Your Highness successfully. Thank you. No. I'm glad we were able to be of help, too. Thank you. Now, Your Highness. That was the moment Owen-san was about to say something. Jia? Woof. Knight interrupted Owen-san's words with a panicked look and barked. And then. Wah? Gwa? Uck. Suddenly, something flew through the window of this hideout. It instantly collided between the prince and the soldiers, and a tremendous impact spread around them. The soldiers were slammed into the wall by the impact. Oh, you're finally here. For some reason, the prince smiled happily as me, Owen-san, and the others hurriedly positioned ourselves for the sudden and mysterious attack. Then, a person broke in through the broken window. Checking the situation. Done. You, failure. What? The one who broke in through the window was a girl with white skin and white hair. and it was a slightly inhuman-looking girl with mysterious grey eyes. I was surprised at the intrusion itself, but what surprised me even more was the girl's appearance. She was a beautiful girl, so beautiful that it was as if she was a work of art. "What the are you?" Owen-san drew his sword and held it up to the girl, but the girl didn't even look at him, she just looked at the prince. "A failure. Therefore, I don't need you anymore." What? You can't just leave me here. This originally happened because you guys from the Dark Guild were weak. Negative. Simply, your lack of planning, and bad luck. That's all. What? I have promised you a higher position by making me the new king. The prince is indignant at the girl's words, but the girl does not change her attitude. Wrong. It's a lie to make you move. The real plan. Making you the king of this country, and using you as a puppet. And to wage war on many fronts, killing many people in the process. Wah. The result is a failure. And you're now unnecessary. You are not a sufficient pawn for me. You are now decommissioned. The prince looked for words to return to the girl, but apparently, nothing came out, he just opened and closed his mouth. Or rather, listening to their current conversation, is the girl in front of me related to the Dark Guild? I thought I heard something else that sounded like a lot of stuff. Was it my imagination? I can't hear very well from here. There's also the fact that the girl's identity is unknown, but the most alarming factor is that Knight was unable to notice the girl's presence until just before. When it comes to Knight's ability to detect a presence, he completely surpasses me, so when it comes to escaping that search for him, it's outrageous. As I was shuddering at that fact, the girl suddenly took out a knife and raised it towards the prince. "It's over. Die. No. Someone." I hurriedly tried to stop her at sight, but Owen-san moved before I could. "Your Highness." To the girl who exposed her back defenselessly, Owen-san fired a blow with all his might. That attack would certainly reach the girl no matter who saw it, that's what I thought. Wah. Ga? In the next moment, something flew again from the broken window, flicked Owen-san's sword, and deflected its trajectory. Owen-san, whose sword's trajectory was deflected, used the momentum to take a gap from the girl again. And as the object that deflected Owen-san's sword's trajectory was stuck in the wall straight away, we were finally able to find out what it was. An arrow? To my surprise, it was a very ordinary arrow that flew out the window. Then Akatsuki approached the arrow, put it in his mouth, and brought it under me. Fugo tilde. Thank you. But don't get so close to anything, that's dangerous. Bui? I was unintentionally grateful, but there was no information about the opponent at all, and most importantly, if the weapon had any bad effects, it would be a disaster, but Akatsuki took it without a care in the world. Nevertheless, to be honest, I thought that if I knew what this arrow was, I could get a little closer to the girl's true identity, so I took the arrow I received and activated identification to it while being wary of the girl. The result displayed in the identification was that it was a very ordinary arrow. There was no special material used in the arrowhead or anything else, nor was there any effect given to it in any way. It was just a genuine arrow. But that wouldn't explain the power of the arrow when it flew through the window or the power of the arrow that deflected Owen-san's sword's trajectory. Besides, even though the girl was here, the fact that the attack came flying means that there must be another companion. Then Owen-san, who has arrived at the same conclusion, berates her while staring out with a grim expression. "You. Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Unnecessary. No obligation to answer. What? You. Once again, Owen-san tries to attack the girl, but each time he does, arrows fly in from the outside one after another, interrupting Owen-san's progress. I moved quickly to help Owen-san, but again, I couldn't move as I wanted because of the arrows flying around. Damn. The other guy hiding in there is so troublesome. Other guy? Owen-san muttered annoyingly, and the girl who heard the muttering turned her gaze towards him for the first time. Wrong. Me alone. This attack and everything. Huh? Owen-san and I had to be stunned by those words. This attack? From the girl in front of me? I don't get it because the girl didn't make a single attack-like movement. Nonsense. Do you really think I'm going to fall for your transparent lies? Anyway, I'm going to need you to tell me what you want. Right footstep. Clee from the left. Question mark. At the moment Owen-san attacked the girl, she uttered a mysterious word. But I would soon understand the meaning of those words because Owen-san acted in exactly the same way as the movement the girl had uttered. Then, as if to inhibit that action, an arrow flew through the window again, changing Owen-san's sword's trajectory. Then the girl turned her somewhat mysteriously glowing grey eyes to me emotionlessly. I predicted. Therefore, I unleashed the arrow in advance. What did you say? Objective. I'm not interested in this man in the first place. Why? Because I will kill everyone in this place. What? The final objective. To kill all of humanity. That goal will only accelerate if you all die. I was stunned, unable to understand the meaning of the girl's words that were spoken while ignoring Owen-san's words. While we were appalled by her words' content, arrows rained down on us, piercing windows, doorways, and even walls and roofs. Impossible. There is no escape. I let you gather so that all the arrows would be in line at this moment. Goodbye. There's so much going on that doesn't make sense anymore that my mind can't keep up with the situation at all, but the arrows are flying with the force of blowing up, not just us, but this building itself. I mean, the girl herself is in this place, and is that okay? Or is it that she's trying to keep the damage from going to her or something? That's vile. Be that as it may, me, Knight, Akatsuki, and Owen-san might be able to get out of this situation, but the prince and the soldiers who were knocked out by the first blow can't do that. So we have to do something about it. What's the way to get out of this situation? Sage-san's weapon series can't help us. That's perfectly fine if it's just me getting through, but it's not at all suitable for protecting the majority of people all at once. This is where magic comes into play, but fire, water, lightning, and such things are completely useless. In order to prevent all the arrows that are flying at us right now, using fire would solve the problem in one shot, but at the same time, this house would burn down in one shot. Then. It was less than a few moments, but my head was spinning at a tremendous rate, searching for a way to get out of this situation. Then, at the last minute, I activated my magic with the utmost urgency and momentum. It was a dome-shaped barrier using the wind, and I thought that by activating it, it would drop all the arrows that were currently flying at us. As a result, I released the wind all at once as the dome spread out around me. The power was so tremendous that not only the soldiers who had been stunned, but the prince rolled on the floor, and even Owen-san and Knight and Akatsuki stepped onto the spot as they struggled to withstand the wind. However, the mysterious girl didn't seem to be stepping up against the wind in particular, except for her hands to protect her face. That alone showed that she was stronger than anyone else here. Eventually, when the wind died down, all the arrows that had been flying at us had fallen to the ground. Yuya Dono, we're saved. Yuya? By dropping the arrows, we got out of the predicament for the time being, but as to the girl, this situation was indeed unexpected even for her, and her eyes were wide open. And then, through that momentary gap, Owen-san successfully retrieved the prince who was fortunate enough to be separated from the girl by my magic. Furthermore, Knight and Akatsuki also retrieved the unconscious soldiers at the same time as Owen-san and separated them from the girl. The soldiers were knocked unconscious by the girl's first attack, but other than that, there didn't seem to be any other trauma, so they were safe for now. We achieved our goal safely. Finally, the only problem left was the girl. Give up and surrender. Owen-san told her while pointing the tip of his sword at the girl, but for some reason, the girl's gaze was directed at me. Question. Are you, Yuya? Yes. What kind of a normal response is that? I was just. When I answered the girl's question, Owen-san tsukomying us. No, I answered reflexively, but forgive me. I just answered when she asked me my name. Anyway, where did she get my name? Or maybe we used to meet in the past. No way. If she has such a strong impact on me, I'll never forget her. The more I think about it, the more the mystery only deepens, but not only Owen-san, but I also took out the absolute spear from the item box and held it at the ready, and Knight and Akatsuki also looked at the girl without being careless. However, lucky. I encountered Yuya. But alas, unexpectedly, I ran out of arrows to attack. What? The girl's face distorted when I asked her without thinking. Really, I didn't expect that. When you're this strong, I need to use the power of evil. But I don't have enough magic power. It's because of the fight the other day. She muttered something in a voice I couldn't hear, but eventually, the girl looked over at us slowly and nodded. It can't be helped. Temporary return. Goodbye. What? You don't think you can just leave this place? Reserve. That's enough. Then, after the girl's words, an arrow flew at Owen-san, who was about to chase her. Moreover, the arrows rained down so as not to allow the girl to be chased, so I and Knight and Akatsuki couldn't bypass them either. Didn't you run out of arrows? Silly question. All sorts of situations are expected. This time, return. Goodbye. As a result, the girl put her foot on the first window she entered and ran out of the house. After preventing the arrow, we immediately followed after her, but the girl was already gone, and even Knight couldn't follow any more signs of her. Coup. We let her get away. Who is that girl? I don't know. But that strength. It's not normal. Besides, based on her conversation with His Highness, I'm sure she's related to the Dark Guild, but I didn't expect her to be that powerful. This needs to change my perception of the Dark Guild. Shit. This is another way to get rid of the Dark Guild. Because with such a powerful person, we can't bypass them. It's true, with an existence like that, we have to act cautiously. Rather, this time, the opponent is out of arrows. The reason seems to be because of that, but that was a statement that was made after completely skipping out on it. In the first place, she didn't even have a bow in her hand. Maybe, but if that girl had come with a bow and arrow in her hand, it wouldn't have happened like this. Thank God for her fancy in a way. I thought Master Usagi was powerful too, but she's pretty much the same. This is like Master Usagi said, if you don't train, you won't be able to protect what you want to protect. I thought of her, the attacker, this time, and I was reminded again that I needed to become strong. Well, let's go back for now. Thus, we secured the prince's custody as planned after the mysterious girl's attack and returned to the castle. Chapter 3, Reconciliation. Yuya-sama, are you all right? Yuya, are you okay? Why, yeah. After preventing the mysterious girl's attack and successfully capturing the prince, I had to wait with Luna, Lexia-san, and Owen-san in a room-like area of the royal castle for a while. Then, as soon as I returned, Lexia-san and the others questioned me, and I had to tell them about the situation that happened when I captured the prince. As a result, they were very worried about me. It seems the opponent didn't really take it seriously, somehow. Is that so? No way, I didn't think there was an existence strong enough to overcome Yuya. No, I'm not that strong, you know? That's not true, said Lexia-san and Luna in unison. What was that? That's strange. I was telling the truth. So why did both of you have to deny it at the same time? In fact, Master Usagi is very strong, and there are many others just like him. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. However, this hectic situation was caused by that woman. Luna was right, it's a hectic time in the castle right now. It was not only once, but it was the second attack, and the castle was now on even higher alert, and the castle was in a hurry to prepare for a meeting to begin to decide on the treatment of the first prince. The soldiers who had fainted during the mysterious girl's attack had woken up safely and were now back to work without any problems. Are they okay? Incidentally, the prince who was detained, although he attacked Lexia-san, he is still royalty, and more than anything else, he is Arnold Summer's son. This may not be the reason, but he can't be handled poorly, and the soldiers seem to have a lot of trouble with him. As a side note, after restraining him, Lexia-san and the others came to see him, and the prince went on a rampage again, but he was not a match for Oin-san and the other soldiers and was seized accordingly. And yet, why was the prince wearing a mask? I haven't checked underneath the mask, but Lexia-san and Oin-san said that the person in the mask was definitely the prince. It seemed that Luna had the same question, but in the end, Luna and I couldn't get them to tell us. I'm curious. As I was thinking about that, Oin-san turned his gaze to me. I'm sorry, Yuya Dono. I'd like for Yuya Dono to participate in the meeting that will determine the treatment of His Highness. Sure, I'll help you if I can, but I'm an outsider, you know. Is everything okay? What can I say? Is it right to be in such an important place? In the first place, it seems that Arnold Summer has only a bad impression of me. Then Oin-san nodded. I don't think there will be a new attack right after the one we just had, but His Highness might be planning something. No, it's possible that the Dark Guild, which is connected to His Highness and the girl from earlier, may be making a move. When the word Dark Guild was mentioned, Luna's eyebrows moved for a moment, but from the fact that she didn't say anything, it's possible that the Dark Guild could actually attack them. And it's true that even if that girl herself doesn't come, someone from the Dark Guild might still attack them. It's troublesome. That's why I'd really like Yuya Dono to stand by in the room as Arnold Summer and Lexia Summer's bodyguard. Of course, Knight Dono and Akatsuki Dono will be with you, too. Knight Dono has saved us many times, after all. Woof. Fugo. As Knight nodded, Akatsuki, who hadn't done anything in particular, for some reason raised his legs, confidently telling everyone to leave it to him with his chest stretched out. No, it's cute, though. But it was true that Knight had noticed when Luna had attacked Lexia-san, and Knight had been the first to notice the attack by the men in black this time. And most importantly, Knight was also the first to notice that girl's attack. It would certainly be impossible to exclude him. Knight's search ability and instincts are even better than mine. If that's the case, I understand. I'm really sorry. Originally, we would like to finish our country's affairs on our own. Oin-san looked apologetic as he said that. Beside her, Lexia-san had a sad expression on her face the whole time. Brother. Lexia-san? Are you okay? Oh. No, it's nothing. It's okay, Yuya Summer. Although her mouth says she's fine, Lexia-san's expression remains gloomy. Well, her relatives tried to kill her, so I guess that's natural. In the end, with Lexia-san's expression still unclear, we headed for the audience room, which was now prepared for us. When we moved to the audience room, Arnold Summer was already sitting on the throne. But he looked very cold and expressionless. However, that expression wasn't directed at me, he was just staring into the void. Next to that, Arnold Summer was standing by some sort of pompous-looking elderly man, and across the road leading up to the throne, there were many people lined up in the same way. Unlike the knights, they looked like great people. My own guess is that these people are the nobles of this country. They're not looking like soldiers or knights by any means. If the goal is to make it look that way and get the other person to let their guard down, I'm sure I'm falling for the trick. Then, Your Majesty, Your Highness has arrived. One of the soldiers came into the audience room and told him so. But Arnold Summer remained silent, without a single change in his face. When one of the soldiers was puzzled by his attitude, Oin-san sent out a rescue boat. All right. For now, let him through here. Why, yes. A little while later, a man was detained by the soldiers and brought here. Exclamation mark. And I look at the man and stare in amazement. But it seems I wasn't the only one who was surprised, and Luna's eyes widened as well. In contrast, Arnold Summer moved his eyebrows for a moment, and Lexia-san looked very sad. Because the prince's face was burnt out. Although the eyes, nose, and mouth were recognizable, the skin on his face was seared, and his entire body seemed to be severely burned, including his arms and legs, which could be seen through his clothes. I could only gawk at the prince's unexpected appearance, but Lexia-san, Owen-san, and Arnold Summer seemed to know, and all I could see was a sad expression on their faces. I didn't think that her face was severely burned underneath that mask, and both me and Luna are speechless. That mask was a tool to hide this true face. The prince is brought by a soldier and brought out in front of Arnold Summer, and is made to kneel on the spot. There was silence for a while, and eventually, Arnold Summer quietly opened his mouth. "Do you have any plea to make?" "Plea?" Then the prince twisted his face in displeasure at Arnold Summer's words, and then he opened his eyes and shouted to Arnold Summer. "Seeing me like this, do you say I have any plea now, father? Why did you look away? You should see it. I'm your son. Brother." In response to the prince glaring at Arnold Summer fiercely, Lexia-san mutters quietly, and then the prince turns his sharp gaze to Lexia-san. "Hey, Lexia. What, your eyes? Is that sympathy for me? Huh? Whose fault is it that caused all this? All this, it's all your fault." The prince stared at Lexia-san with tremendous expression. You caused a magical outburst, and I got caught up in it, that's why I look like this. Don't be ridiculous. Your wounds have certainly healed. And the after-effects? Oh, it's definitely healed, no after-effects of my injuries. My body became clean without a scratch. But my body has gone crazy from being exposed to Lexia's enormous magical power. I feel like I've been subjected to a torrent of destruction. I can't get rid of that feeling. The healers say it's because Lexia's magic has entered my body. It made me want to destroy everything around me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep my sanity. But I can't stop the urge to destroy. And that impulse would eventually lead me to now, and guess what? I could finally contain my destructive impulse by destroying my own body. You see? I may have made this appearance, but it's not my fault. It's on you, Lexia. So, if only you weren't there? Rhaegar. You. What is it? Father. You know that, don't you? You know what I've been through. But you didn't help me. No. It's true that I know you've gone crazy since that incident, but there was nothing I could do about it. We had no choice but to do something about your misery, which can no longer be called a curse. The result of that is isolation. Well, information about the first prince going crazy is not good news. Rhaegar. Oh. That look is driving me crazy again. I have no redeeming qualities while defending that girl who took everything from me. The Prince Rhaegar Summer stared at Lexia-san and Arnold Summer. Tears were flowing from Lexia-san's eyes. Apparently, it seems that Lexia-san is largely responsible for the reason why this Rhaegar Summer is in his current form. And Arnold Summer hid the current Rhaegar Summer from her. As a royalty, so as not to give an opening to other countries. Why? Why did you do this? Arnold Summer said that as he squeezed out, but Rhaegar Summer remained glaring at him. Why? There is only one reason. I, who suffered a living hell due to my dirty blood sister, couldn't help but want to kill Lexia. Isn't that better than what Lexia and father did? I tried to kill you without making you all suffer. You have made me look like this. I called for a skilled recuperator, but he couldn't even restore this form, let alone my destructive impulses. Do you understand? All this suffering to you people. I was trying to save you, too. But I couldn't help it. Yeah, I know. That's why I once wished to be killed. I'd rather die than suffer this way. But you didn't kill me. For your silly royal duties. Give me a taste of living hell. Then isolated me as if you didn't want to see me. Your destructive impulses were so dangerous. That's why I had to isolate you. I told you to kill me. But it's too late for everything. I hate Lexia, and I hate you. That's why I planned it. If you don't kill me, I'm going to kill you all. See, this is why I tried to kill you guys. Do you have a problem with that? Rhaegar, you. Arnold Summer closes his eyes as if he regrets it. Did my choice cause you to suffer? Do you regret this now? I don't want that. I just want this wound to heal. All I want is for you to heal the wounds caused by my destructive urges. You can't, can you? Then kill me. I don't want to live anymore. After saying just that, Rhaegar Summer sat down on the spot quietly. However, neither Arnold Summer nor Lexia San could say anything to Rhaegar Summer like that. The surrounding nobles also just awkwardly averted their gazes. Well, I don't know the details of the situation, but first of all, in the past, Lexia San went out of control with her magic power. And that's what caused it, that's what's causing Rhaegar Summer's current injuries. So, Rhaegar Summer's injuries are the least of his worries, right? I raised my hand in a cursory manner at the thought. You. Arnold Summer, who saw my appearance, seems to have recognized my presence by now, and his eyes widened a little. How much wasn't he interested in me? No, I felt like he was empty from the beginning when this meeting started. Then seeing me raise my hand, Lexia San and the others looked surprised, but Arnold Summer furrowed his eyebrows somewhat uncomfortably. What? Outsiders don't interfere. Oh, well, I'm very aware that I'm an outsider, but there's something I'd like to try. What do you want to do? While everyone tilted their heads at my words, I approached Rhaegar Summer as I took out the Complete Recovery Herbal Juice from the item box. What? Hey, don't come near me. Don't be afraid. Like hell, I will believe in you. What's that thing you're holding in your hand? While not only Lexia San and the others, but even Arnold Summer is looking at my actions with a pouting expression, Rhaegar Summer desperately writhes away from the soldier's restraint and tries to get away from me. You didn't have to be so scared, you know. As I came in front of Rhaegar Summer just like that, I brought the Complete Recovery Herbal Juice I was holding close to him. What's that liquid? Yes, please excuse me for a moment. Huh? You Dono. I fixed Rhaegar Summer's face, which was trying to turn away from me, and I made him drink the Complete Recovery Herbal Juice. Then Owen San, who quickly came to his senses, hurriedly called out to me, but I had already given Rhaegar Summer a drink of the Complete Recovery Herbal Juice. Rhaegar Summer tried to refuse at first, but since I suddenly stuck the juice in his mouth, he almost reflexively swallowed the juice before he could spit it out. And then... What's happening? Rhaegar Summer's skin, which had been severely burned, was instantly cleaned up, and in the end, Rhaegar Summer's wound had healed completely. In contrast to the burns that made it impossible to recognize the facial structure at all, the current Rhaegar Summer was so handsome that the word prince was appropriate for him. Rhaegar Summer. That face. Then one of the soldiers, dumbfounded, speaks up about the changes that have happened to Rhaegar Summer's body. My face? Rhaegar Summer's face, the place that Rhaegar Summer least wanted to be touched, was pointed out to him, and a tremendous expression appeared on his face, and he reflexively touched his face. And froze. What? He touched his own face over and over again, confirming the feel of it, and then shook his head, stunned. Oh, it can't be. That can't be. My wounds. The burns. The burns that will never heal again. Well, I honestly don't know what you're talking about, but I thought that wound was the cause of this case, so I took the liberty of healing it. Was that bad? At my statement, the people around me shouted loudly again, and Arnold Summer rose from his throne and came straight to me. You. What the hell did you do? How could my sons? Rhaegar's face. As I explained, I thought I'd take out one of the causes of Rhaegar Summer's desire to cause this commotion for a while. I had a good recovery potion on hand, so I used it. Just the right recovery potion. Arnold Summer's eyes widened as if he couldn't understand me. It's impossible. It's not possible. Rhaegar's wounds weren't something that could be healed by anyone. Even the highest-ranking healers. And you're telling me that you cured him with a recovery potion, not a recovery spell? That's a legendary recovery potion. What the hell did you use? Or did you use a forbidden item? No. No, it's not. I used the Complete Recovery Herb. Complete Recovery Herb? Arnold Summer's excitement didn't stop, and he was even more astonished. It wasn't just Arnold Summer, but also Rhaegar Summer, who drank the juice, with a distracted look on his face. Hey. Didn't you just say Complete Recovery Herb? He just imagines things, doesn't he? Yes, it would be something else. A complete recovery herb is something out of a fairy tale. More importantly, who the hell is he? That man. I don't know if they can't believe my words, but the people around me start buzzing as well. I am possible. The complete recovery herb is now a legendary herb. Well, I've got another one. Would you like to appraise it? One more bottle of it. I took out the complete recovery herbal juice that I was still preparing and handed it to Arnold Summer, and he took it with a trembling hand and handed it to one of the soldiers. After a while, that soldier seems to have finished his appraisal and passes it to Arnold Summer with the same hand trembling as when he received it with a blue face. Why, Your Majesty? This is the real thing. There was silence during the audience. Come to think of it, I read in the description of the complete recovery herb that it was hard to find and at the legendary level. I knew it was just that hard to find, but I didn't think it was an actually legendary grade. Oh, you let me drink such a national treasure. Then, for some reason, Rhaegar Summer also turns blue in the face and mutters something like that. That? This guy wanted to heal his burns. Right? That's not my unwanted meddling, you know? In spite of my anxiety, Arnold Summer turned his gaze to Owen San with a blue face. Oh, Owen. Did you know about this? No. I haven't heard of it either. Huh? Didn't I tell you that? Yeah. If such a blowout story came up, we would have had this reaction at that point. For some reason, Luna is stunned by my words. Is that so? It's true that just by drinking it, it can heal any wound, except for dead people, so it's amazing. Well, I gave it to her when I met Luna. That recovery pill was also a complete recovery herb. Luna realized now that she had been taking the same thing as Rhaegar Summer and staggered. Luna. Keep your mind clear. You let me drink such a precious thing. Geez. It's not a new thing that Yuya Summer is out of standards. And that's what saved your life. Well, that's true. It was only because of that messed up Yuya that I was saved. Oya? Isn't this being undermined in a roundabout way? I don't think you have to sound so insane. The wound heals perfectly, and it's very convenient. Then, Arnold Summer seemed to calm down a bit and asked me with a softened attitude towards me. No, Yuya Dono, did you use such a precious thing for my son? I mean, it's valuable, but it grows in my garden a lot, so. Growing in a garden? I can't take it. I don't know what you're talking about. As the astonishment spread again, Arnold Summer laughed powerlessly as if he was burned out. Well, for now, I think Rhaegar Summer's wounds have healed. What do you think? What do you mean? Yes. I don't know the details of the situation, but if Lexia San was involved in Rhaegar Summer's wound, and that was the reason why he tried to hurt Lexia San, I thought that if the wound were gone, for the time being, he would feel a little lighter. I understand because I was being bullied as well back then, but even though the wound has healed, I don't think that even the trauma in Rhaegar Summer's heart, which had been avoided and looked at by everyone as odd, has healed. Moreover, The reason for that strange gaze was neither injury nor illness, but a destructive impulse caused by a substandard magic power entering his body, and the resulting self-inflicted wound, so he couldn't do anything about it. Still, I hoped that healing that self-inflicted trauma alone would lighten that heart a little. Why? I don't understand why. Why is this a national treasure grade item? Confused, Rhaegar Summer still can't believe his appearance, but he keeps touching his face. Well, that's what would happen if the wound suddenly healed. But with this, Rhaegar Summer's problem should be solved for now. What do you think? In response to my question, Rhaegar Summer slowly lowered his hand from his face and looked down. You are indeed right, the wound has healed. But it's too late. I've done something I can't take back. The destructive impulse is gone, the wound is healed, but that doesn't change. So it's too late. Rhaegar. Brother. Arnold Summer and Lexia San looked at Rhaegar Summer, who was laughing at himself, and a look of regret appeared on his face, but then Lexia San made an expression as if she noticed something. Father. Lexia. Tell me. What was brother's greatest crime? It was, of course, aim to kill you, but... Then, I'll forgive that. What? Lexia San's statement surprised not only the elders who were around her but also Arnold Summer and Rhaegar Summer. However, Lexia San, the person in question, firmly told them. If my brother's crime is that he targeted me, then I forgive him. That will make my brother's crime go away, right? But it's not that simple, Lexia. I'm going to make you. No, it's a simple matter. Clearly, Lexia San told him clearly as she looked around. I am the victim here. Then you don't mind if my opinion comes through, do you? But Rhaegar is with the Dark Guild. Oh, then what of my bodyguard, Luna, who is one of the former Dark Guild members? It was you who forced me to. Besides, first of all, aren't we equally guilty of neglecting the existence of the Dark Guild until now? And the reason why brother wanted to kill me, it's because you ended up creating an environment where I and everyone else just let it happen, right? Yeah, maybe, but... Oh, God. Stop whining. I said I forgive him, and that's enough. Okay? Father. Why, yes. Pressured by Lexia San's intensity, Arnold Summer straightened his back and replied, Huh? The head of this country is Arnold Summer, right? However, it's still not something that can be forgiven so easily from the other great people, so I hurriedly called out to Lexia San. Princess Summer. That won't happen. If you forgive His Highness here, you will be allowing other sinners to make exceptions. And besides, His Highness has already joined the Dark Guild. Ara, why don't we just forgive them if it's a special case? That means there are extenuating circumstances, right? If it wasn't, then there shouldn't be a special exception in the first place. Besides, if you're saying it's wrong to be involved with the Dark Guild, then I'll be executed too. Hey, Lexia. You don't need to say that in front of me so openly, as an employer. Luna lets out a heavy sigh and laughs somewhat amusedly. No, but... Lexia was attacked too, but since I was attacked too... It's not father's fault. It's my fault he attacked me. Okay? Okay, why? Yes. Arnold Summer, are you in a weak position? No, in this case, Lexia is just being pushy, right? Rhaegar Summer watches such an exchange in a daze. Lexia. Is this all right with you, brother? Why? You. Can we not talk about it? Besides, I want to get along with my brother again. Lexia. Rhaegar Summer cried quietly at Lexia San's words. Chapter 4, Sharing the Secret. Part 1. Rhaegar. I hereby confiscate your territory, and you will not be charged with this matter. Although Lexia San's impassioned plea allowed Rhaegar Summer to avoid the death penalty, the crime of attacking the royalty, well, the current king, did not disappear so easily, resulting in the confiscation of the territory that Rhaegar Summer had owned. Although the territory was given to Rhaegar Summer, originally, there were no residents. It was treated as a so-called villa. Even if it were confiscated, it wouldn't hurt Rhaegar Summer too much. Or rather, it's pretty stubborn to have given that whole territory to build a villa. After the decision on Rhaegar Summer's treatment was thus made, the surrounding aristocratic-looking people left, but me, Knight, Akatsuki, Lexia-san, Luna, Owen-san, and Rhaegar Summer were left in the audience room. I was worried that there was still some problem since I was also left behind during this audience when Arnold Summer tells me with a serious expression. Yuya Dono. This time, thanks to you, I was saved. Truly, thank you. And Arnold Summer bowed his head to me without any hesitation. No. Please raise your head. I was just fortunate enough to be useful. That's not true. Even though I treated you unkindly, you did all you could for us, Yuya Dono, and I'm very grateful to you. I'm truly grateful. Let me thank you too. The wounds I thought would never heal again are now healed. Thank you so much. Rhaegar Summer also speaks words of thanks with a serious expression. Well, I'm glad that I was able to help you. It's more than helpful. Thanks to Yuya Summer, I was able to get a little closer to my brother. Yuan. Leave him out of it already. Yuya's looking embarrassed and confused and doesn't know what to do. Lexia-san thanked me for it, and when I was confused because I didn't know what to do in earnest, Luna told them exactly what I was feeling. It's really true. Thanks to Luna, they managed to raise their heads, and I was relieved for now. Then, Arnold Summer comes looking at me. Well, I have to reward Yuya Dono for this matter, but... Oh, no. I didn't do it for a reward, so it's okay. Really, I was able to help because I happened to be able to help, not because I wanted something in return. However, Owen-san smiles bitterly at me. Yuya Dono. It can't be like that. The noblemen who were there already know that His Highness' wounds have been healed thanks to Yuya Dono, and that it was also Yuya Dono who captured the assassin His Highness had sent out. Therefore, if a reward is not given to Yuya Dono, the nobles who were there will think that no matter how hard they work for their country, they will not be rewarded. It's hard to tell my intentions when they bring out the situation in this country like that. For me personally, I really don't need a reward, I just happen to be able to help. I understand, Umu, you'll accept your reward. Now, what shall I give you? Yes. What about me? Rejected. Why? Lexia-san suddenly raised her hand and said something outrageous, but Arnold Summer and Luna stopped her without pause. A marriage with me? Isn't that reward enough? Marriage to you is a reward? Are you kidding me? Hey, Luna. What do you mean by that? Luna snorted when Lexia-san prodded her in frustration at Luna's words. It's just what it means. When a person marries you, that means they're going to join the royal family. Yes. That's good, isn't it? Are you sure about that? What do you think? Yuya. Yui? Well, I'd rather not be a royalty. What? I've never been in a relationship with a girl before, but I don't understand if they suddenly call it marriage, and most of all, I don't feel like I, a petty citizen, can endure royalty or anything like that. Mainly mentally. Then Owen-san, who was nodding in response to my reply, adds something else. Umu. Besides, Yuya Dono is a foreign nobleman or royalty. It would be difficult for him to marry someone from another country so easily. Huh? I said I'm not an aristocrat or anything, and yet they still misunderstood me. Why are Arnold Summer and Rhaegar Summer also nodding there like, oh, I see? But when you say marriage, you mean I'm marrying you, and I don't think it will affect Yuya Summer's country or position that much? I see. So what are the advantages of marrying you? Huh? Cooking, laundry, cleaning. Can you do all the housework? Why don't you have a maid to do it? As I thought, that was not good. What does that mean? She was so cool and dignified when she decided on Rhaegar Summer's treatment, but now Lexia San was completely played by everyone. Despite Lexia San's shouting, Luna turned her gaze to Arnold Summer. So, how about rewarding him this time by having me be Yuya's wife? What? Hey, Luna. No, no, no. That's not good. When the words were too unexpected to freeze, Luna victoriously told Lexia San, "Unlike Lexia, I am an orphan and have no status. So I can marry regardless of this country. Besides, I'm very good at housework. For all intents and purposes, I'm better suited to be Yuya's wife than you are, right? And what about protecting me? Thanks for everything. I won't forgive you." No, I think you're right, Luna. Why does marriage come up in the first place when you're talking about rewards? Of course, I'm happy about that, but I don't know if I want to do that until I've had more time to think about it, or rather, why do you want me in the first place? I'm sure there are people of better status in Lexia San's case. And Luna is beautiful, so I'm sure she can find someone better than me. When I was thinking about that, before I knew it, Lexia San and Luna were giving me half eyes. Luna, I wonder why. Right now, it seemed like Yuya Summer was thinking something very out of line. Well, that's odd. I just felt the same way. They're reading my thoughts? I don't know why, but Luna and Lexia San both looked at me suspiciously. Oh, that's strange. Even though I didn't say it out loud. Even though it was in front of Arnold Summer and the others, as we were having such an exchange, Rhaegar Summer slowly raised his hand. Well, father. What is it? About the reward. When Arnold Summer raised one eyebrow at Rhaegar Summer's words, Rhaegar Summer stood up and whispered in Arnold Summer's ear. How about we just hand over my mansion and land that was confiscated this time? What? Yuya Dono's power and the items he has, those are very valuable. Rather than going to another country here, it would be more beneficial to have him stay here, right? Well, you're right. That's why I thought if you gave him the land I had, it would at least give him more connection to this country. That's a good idea, but isn't it a bit weak? Then how about a title? This work should certainly be honored. That's true, but the other aristocrats must be annoyed. Besides, Yuya Dono is a foreign nobleman. No, if it's a knight peerage with strong title implications, that problem will be fine. Unlike other nobles, there is no salary from the state, but he will be treated as a noble in this country for a change. Phew. I can't hear what they're talking about because they're talking within the ear, but Arnold Summer is repeatedly nodding with a serious expression. And then, as for the reward, I will grant Rhaegar's land, which was confiscated due to this matter, to you. I, therefore, do hereby confer upon Yuya Dono a knighthood in my kingdom. Yes? Not only me, but also Lexia San and Luna were surprised by the unexpected words, but for some reason, Owen San was the only one nodding in agreement. What does that mean? And a knighthood. Even though I'm still not fully understanding, due to my surprise, Arnold Summer goes on and on with his story. The land that Rhaegar owned is a complete vacation home where no citizens live. That's why I thought it would be just right to give it to Yuya Dono, But I don't know what I'll do with the land if I get it. Yuya Dono. Don't worry. It was my land, but I also have my own mansion, and more importantly, the ocean is right in front of it. Just think of it as one of your vacation homes, as my father says, and that's all you need to know. Yes, no, the land thing too, but what on earth is up with the knighthood? I thought that land alone was too little to reward Lord Yuya, so I decided to knight him. But you don't have to worry about it. The title to be given to Yuya Dono is Knight Peerage. The knight's title is an honorary title given to the person who has contributed greatly to the Alsaria kingdom. But even if you are a nobleman, you are not obligated to do anything, so there should be no problem for Yuya Dono either. Apparently, I've got a villa and a title. No, really. I don't feel like I'm going to be given a villa or a knighthood suddenly, but it's no more troubling than being told I'm married to Lexia-san and the others. I mean, if something were to happen on Earth in earnest, I could live in this country. No, I'm not going to cause anything or do anything, right? Anyway, it's not like I'm under any obligation or anything, but it seems I'm going to be a nobleman in this country. Saving the first Prince Rhaegar is such a serious matter. Therefore, I want you to receive the land and the title. Well, in that case. If they say that much already, even for me, I can't say anything. Well, if that's the result. That would be the most reasonable option. Yes. And I remember Brothers Land was an amazingly beautiful place. And in a way, this is. Lexia-san and the others are also somewhat dissatisfied, but they seem to have agreed to a point, huh? This is talking about my reward, right? Why are you two so unhappy? And Lexia-san, do you have any more ideas? Are you okay? When Arnold Summer puts his head in such a position, as if to say that his head hurts, he regains his mind and turns his gaze to me. Well, I'd like to show you the land as soon as possible. Speaking of which, is Yuya Dono's time okay? Oh, well, if that land is so far away, then it's a tough one this time. Yuya Summer, will you be going home already? Well. To begin with, I won't be able to stay for that long. Lexia-san is blatantly disappointed. I'm really glad that she enjoys being with me that much, but it's all this. After the holidays, there's a normal school day. So, I'm sorry. I suppose there's nothing I can do then. If you can come back to the royal castle when you have time, I'll show you around. Until then, we'll take care of things for you. Thank you. Yuya Summer. You're staying the night, right? Well, yes. If I could get somewhere to stay. Then let's stay here. It's a waste of space, and we have a lot of extra room anyway. Lexia. Even if it's true, there's no way you could say that. It's a necessary dignity for us royalty. Oh, yeah. I'm not interested. That dignity doesn't make more money or less poor people. When I was surprised at Lexia-san's divided mindset to any extent, Arnold Summer let out a deep sigh. When it comes to this, I feel like it would have been better to let Yuya Dono marry Lexia. Just get it done right now? No, I'm not changing my mind. Yuya Dono. You may stay in the castle today, as Lexia insists. We would be happy to entertain you at our own expense. Why, yes. Thus, Knight, Akatsuki, and I were going to stay at the castle with Arnold Summer and others' kindness. What can I say? I was so tired the other day. Woof. Fugo tilde. After they let me stay at the castle, I managed to quiet down Lexia-san and the others who said they would follow me home, and somehow I made it back to my home on Earth safely, but I didn't have much time to rest my mind since I was in the castle. The food was so fancy that I was always nervous, as I don't know any table manners at all, and when I tried to go into the bath in the castle, the maids came in with me to wash me, and I was tired of trying to stop them. This one day alone made me think that royalty is really hard work, but at the same time, I knew I couldn't do it. And I'm also tired of Lexia-san and Luna barging in on me when I'm going to bed, and I'm tired of holding them back. I managed to stop Lexia-san and Luna that day, and I was able to get under the blankets safely. Yeah. It was a little hard in the morning because I was mentally exhausted and wanted to go to bed right away, but I couldn't sleep well due to my suspicions that there was still something wrong with me. Then I made it through another breakfast that required table manners and made it home to Earth safely. Well, it's best to sleep at home after all. It was already a good night's sleep. As I was thinking about that, I suddenly remembered what Lexia-san had said before I left. Yuya Summer. Yuya Summer is here this time, and next time I'm going to visit Yuya Summer's house. Eh? You idiot. Don't you have any idea how hard it is to get to Yuya's house? Oh, so Luna doesn't want to see Yuya Summer then? That's not what I said. That's good, it'll give Luna and Owen a chance to train. It's not like we're in an environment where we can just get away with training, you know. This is how Lexia-san said she's coming to my house again. I wonder if it's okay. Luna had trained with me for a little while, but isn't it hard for all the soldiers, including Owen-san? I mean, can a princess come to such a danger zone so easily? Well, I'll treat them right when they come. Anyway, today is the start of school again, so I need to get my mind off of it. I'll see you later. Night, Akatsuki. I'm off. Woof. Booey. I said goodbye to them both and left the house. Part 2. It's almost time for exams. Are you studying for them? Yeah. Don't mention to us about the test. Isn't that obvious? There is no blind spot for this young noble of countermeasures, I hope not. When Sawada-sensei mentioned the test during homeroom before leaving, Cade and Akira reacted in an easy-to-understand way. I guess they didn't remember, those two. It's going to be a full-fledged exam period from now on, so those of us who are doing club activities will have a break from them, and the time to play after school will decrease. It's going to be tough for Cade and the others if they don't study soon. As I looked at them like that, Shingo-kun and Ryo also approached me, turning their dumbfounded gazes towards them. Akira and the others, they wouldn't have to be in a panic if they studied regularly. Ahahaha. Cade-san and Akira-kun are both bad at studying, right? It looks that way. Are Shingo-kun and Ryo doing well in their studies? It's all right, I guess. I've been studying for the test. I'm fine too. I've been studying for the test in addition to my regular revision. I looked around for some reason, but I didn't see anyone else making any noise, and I thought that Cade and Akira were really the only people who were not studying for the test and were in trouble. Ryo and the others and I were usually going to go home to study for the test now, but today they seemed to have something to do and went back first. This is the first test I've taken since I came to this school. I wonder how it will turn out. I'm doing the proper prep and review, but I'm still worried. I'm especially bad at math and physics, which is moderately difficult. And when I level up, my brain doesn't suddenly get better. However, my thinking speed has completely increased, so I think I'm able to think overwhelmingly better than I used to. As I was returning home with my mind occupied with the regular exams, I was unexpectedly approached by someone. Huh? Yuya-san? Kaori. The one who called out to me was Kaori, the daughter of the chairman of the school I attend. Kaori ran a little faster to come to me and tilted her head curiously. Are you alone today? Yeah. It seems like Ryo and the others have their own things to do. I see. After that exchange, we naturally started walking side by side. We talked about trivial things to each other from then on, but eventually, the topic of conversation turned to the upcoming regular exam. And the next regular exam is coming, but I'm not very good at math. Even Yuya-san has things he's not good at, huh? I mean, does it look like there's nothing I'm not good at? Yes, I had the image of you being able to do almost anything. Seriously. Hearing Kaori's impression of me, I was a little taken aback. I didn't know if she thought of me that way. But I'm not as good at everything as Kaori thinks I am, and I'm not smart enough to get a good score on a test without studying. As for me, I'm not good at English and the classics. Really? That was exactly what was unexpected. I had taken the liberty of thinking that Kaori seemed to be perfect in relation to her studies. When I think about it, we're both in the same boat. As I was thinking about that, Kaori seemed to notice something and suddenly began to fidget next to me. What's wrong? No, I was just, When I twisted my head at Kaori, whom I was becoming more and more suspicious of her behavior, she eventually looked at me with some kind of determination. Yuya-san. Why, yes. Would you like to study for the test with me? Eh? She looked so serious that I wondered what she was going to say. Studying for the test? Yes. I'm very good at math, so I think I can teach Yuya-san a thing or two. I appreciate that, and I suppose I could teach you English and the classics too, but… So why don't we study together? Oh, Kaori was getting closer and closer to me, and eventually, she looked up at me from directly below and said so, but… Well, she was too close to me, and her breasts were hitting me right in the front. Kaori-san. I mean, you're too close, I suppose. Eh? I'm sorry. Kaori's face turned bright red as she moved away and looked at me as if she were peeking at me. So. What do you think? Well then, I'm counting on you. As I bowed my head, Kaori's face brightened. Thank goodness. So, can we study at Yuya-san's house? I was then frozen from the words that came out of Kaori's mouth. My house, is it? Yes. Is it no good? No. It's okay. I thought it was at the library or something, but my house. To be honest, the only thing I don't want people to see is the door to another world. Well, I guess it's okay. Then, let's study together tomorrow. It was finally decided that we would study at my house, and this day would be dismissed. You have to use this formula for that, you know. I see. The next day, as promised, Kaori came to my house and started studying for the test straight away. And as Kaori herself said, she was not good at the classics and English, but she taught me math in a very easy-to-understand way, so I could learn a lot. With this, the test will be safe this time. As expected of Kaori. I was bad at maths and such, so it's really helpful. No. Me too. And besides, Yuya-san is amazing at classics and English. I guess so. Sorry, it's because of the skill, language comprehension. Woof. Fugo. As I was thinking about that, Akatsuki and Knight were also tilting their heads at my situation. That's right, I can understand their language somehow, thanks to this skill. This is how we proceeded with our studies, teaching each other our weaknesses. Although I had invited Lexia-san and the others from the other world, I was a little nervous because it was the first time I had invited a girl from the real world, but thanks to Knight and Akatsuki, that gradually faded away. Since it had been a long time since we started studying, we decided to take a short break, and Kaori stroked Knight, who was nearby while she stretched. But then again. I knew Knight-san, but there was an increased number in your family named Akatsuki-san, too. Yeah. We just recently became a family. I see. Again, nice to meet you, Akatsuki-san. Fugo. Akatsuki raised one leg while being stroked and greeted her casually. Excuse me. Can I borrow your bathroom? Sure, go ahead. When Kaori asked me that, I gave her permission, and she left the room. The room we own now is a tatami room, which is not usually used, but it is very convenient for such occasions. The house is quite large, so there is more room left than my living space. While we were waiting for Kaori to come back, I noticed something. Come to think of it, I didn't tell Kaori where the bathroom is. As I hurriedly left the room and followed Kaori, my eyes suddenly fell on the place where there was the door to another world. This is because the door was at the end of the broken wall, the wall itself was not repaired, and people who see it for the first time may possibly enter it. When I entered while thinking, it was impossible to imagine that. Yuya-san? This is? Kaori was stunned in front of the door to another world. Moreover, since Kaori is opening that door, she can see the world beyond. In other words, the view of the room in the other world. That I didn't expect Kaori to find the door to the other world, and I couldn't speak back as a matter of fact. Then, Kaori immediately sighed and made an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I didn't know where the bathroom was, and I happened to find this room. I felt something calling me, and then the door. The fact that she entered the room itself was not a problem, but the fact that Kaori had opened the door to another world that was placed there was a problem. However, due to the effect of the door to another world, you can't go to the other side without permission, but that means that you can't go to the other side even though the door is open, which is an experience that would be impossible in the normal course of events. After thinking about many things and hesitating about what to say, I decided to be honest with her. One of the reasons was that it was nothing to be ashamed of in the first place, but I thought it would be even more difficult to lie and tell lies in this situation. I hesitated a bit, but I told Kaori the truth. Well, you may not believe it, but that door is connected to a different world. Different world, you said. Come here. Kaori's eyes widened even more as I let her go through the door. I also opened the door and was surprised by the view I saw. I was just about to go into the room, but I couldn't get in. I'm sorry. It seems like this door is only accessible to people I approve of. I see. Kaori was stunned and managed to squeeze out the words. You said it was a different world, but what do you mean by that? It is just what it sounds like. It's a different world than Earth. Different from Earth? Yeah. For example, there's magic on the other side, and I got to be able to use it. Magic? In front of Kaori's eyes, who was still amazed by the scene, I formed a mass of water in my palm. That's what I'm talking about. I can do things that would never happen on Earth. Is that real? Do you want to touch it? Why, yes. Kaori fearfully touched the mass of water I held out to her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face, which I don't know how many times already. It's real water. This is how I acquired various powers, including magic, that would never have been possible on Earth. This is the reason why I was able to save Kaori and the others when the delinquents came to the school or when the department store caught fire. From Kaori's point of view, it was an unbelievable series of things that made her eyes glaze over, but eventually, she seemed to remember something and asked shyly, with a slight blush on her cheeks. I'm sorry. I want to ask you a lot of questions. But first, can you tell me where the bathroom is? I quickly led Kaori to the bathroom. Part 3. Wow. It's really different from Earth. When Kaori returned from the bathroom, she wanted to go straight to the other world immediately, so we went through the door of another world together. At that time, Knight and Akatsuki also followed along and relaxed in the different world house together. So, Knight-san and Akatsuki-san are also from this world? Yeah. Knight is a wolf called Black Fenrir, and Akatsuki is Muju? That's the kind of pig. I guess. Woof. Fugo? Fugo. Knight nodded once, but Akatsuki seemed annoyed that I didn't know better, and he tapped the floor with his little legs. I'm sorry. But I've never heard of Muju before, and if it's anything, I honestly can't even tell if it's a pig or a boar. Maybe it's a pig, but... Kaori's eyes widened at such a reaction as if they understood my words. You really are a creature from this world. As expected, it's not normal when you can communicate to this extent. As you expected? Yes. And I'm telling Yuuya-san this now that I know who Knight-san and Akatsuki-san are. As expected, it's best to refrain from taking a walk. People who see it might be able to tell it's a wolf, and I've never seen such a beautiful red pig before, you know. I wonder. But I hope Knight and Akatsuki will have a normal life on Earth, if possible. I hope that they can see things on Earth and have a good experience, just like I did in the other world. Well, considering the bad air on Earth, I don't think it's a good idea to stay on Earth too much. Then, just as Kaori thought the same thing, she took a deep breath in the room. Shall you, ha? By the way, the air here is so good. If you look out the window, you'll see that we're in the forest. And there's no car exhaust or anything like that in this world. It's a strange world without cars. And since there's no place around Yuya-san's house that has a forest like this, it must be true that it's a different world. As Kaori laughed bitterly, the next moment, a translucent board suddenly appeared in front of Kaori's eyes. Kya. What is this? Exclamation mark that's. Kaori seemed surprised by the board that appeared in front of her, but she immediately read the contents. Title, Otherworldly Person. In this world, there's a concept of status, and apparently, various parameters are quantified. One of them is a title, which has various effects on. I see. It's a world where everything is different from Earth. And this status, huh? Then Kaori muttered the word status, and now a board with Kaori's status on it appeared. This is. That's Kaori's status in this world. Yuya-san. May I have you to look at it for me? That's fine, but. Are you sure? Yes. I don't really know what this is all about, so. As Kaori told me that, I looked at Kaori's status. Kaori Hojo occupation, none. Level, 1. Magic, 10. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Luck, 100. EP, 0. Skills, none. Title, Otherworldly Person. How's it? Kaori asked me anxiously, but by all accounts, she's stronger than me at the beginning. The only thing I won when I was at the same level 1 was my magic power. No, I had some skills too, however. T/N, I don't know why he said he won in magic stats at level 1. When I checked back at the Raw Chapter 1, he indeed has one stat on magic as well, yeah. Kaori is stronger than me when I first came here. Ah, really? I was a small fry too, you know. I still continue the training that Master Usagi taught me, and I do other muscle training as well, but at first, I was so weak that I couldn't even wield a weapon. While remembering those days, I boldly tell Kaori. Well, just as Kaori experienced in her own eyes right now, I came to this world for the first time and improved my level. Then somehow I lost weight, and I looked different. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, I cheated. Cheat? Now, although people look at me now, I'm really not the great person they say I am. So. No, it's not. Kaori said, glaring at me. Yuya-san, nothing has changed. Since the first time you saved me. No, but my appearance has completely changed. I've been watching Yuya-san from the beginning. Huh? My eyes widened at Kaori's words. It doesn't matter what you look like or how you look. Yuya-san hasn't changed just because he got a special power in this world, isn't that right? It's. Yuya-san may indeed have obtained a special power in this world. But that power has always helped me. Since that day when we first met. Yuya-san has helped me a lot. So don't despise yourself like that anymore. I'm sorry. I apologized to Kaori. But I was even happier than that. The fact that she said I hadn't changed, and that she was looking at me properly. Thank you. No, don't mention it. I'm just telling the truth. The sight of Kaori smiling at me as she said that is a sight to behold. Then suddenly, Kaori's face turned red, and she began to panic. That. The best thing about this place is that it has such a good atmosphere, so why don't we continue our studies here? Why, you're right. Since I have a desk here, too, let's just do that. I'll bring our study tools and stuff. As I said that and was about to go get the study tools, Kaori turned her attention to a part of the other world's room. Yuya-san. What is placed in there? When I followed Kaori's gaze, there was the Bloody War Demon series, armor that I had put there so that I could wear it at any time. This is the one I wear when I'm active in this other world. Really? I want to see it. Is that so? Then let me go change into this armor. In order to respond to Kaori's request, while going to pick up the study tools, I returned to the Earth House to change into Bloody War Demon series. Kaori's POV. Phew. I looked around the house. At first, when I found and opened the door to this world, I thought it was a painting that looked like the real thing, but then I felt a faint breeze from behind the door. Besides, when I touched it, a strange feeling ran through my hand, which confused me even more. When Yuya-san came over and told me the secret of this room, I was surprised and happy at the same time. It was for the fact that he revealed such an amazing secret to me. Well, if I was in the same position as Yuya-san, I could say that it was a situation that could not be excused no matter what I thought. Then I was told about this world, and in front of extraordinary phenomena such as magic, my heart danced with embarrassment. I also realized that Yuya-san saved me with the power he had acquired in this world. But Yuya-san said that his current appearance was not his true appearance. He said that his current appearance was the result of his level up. But that doesn't make any difference from my point of view. Yuya-san helped me. That's all there is to it and nothing else. Has this made me a little closer to Yuya-san? With that thought in mind, I went out into the garden of this house. And there was a small field. I wondered what it was growing. Maybe it's a vegetable that is unique to this world. Even so, I strongly feel that this is a different world. That's what I felt inside the house as well, but the air is very good. Moreover, the area around the house is covered with trees I've never seen before, and no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like the earth. Such a world really exists. As I uttered that while looking around, I suddenly found a strange black lump behind the fence that covered this house. It looks like it's somehow pulling and quivering and looks very pretty. I was curious about the object, and I couldn't help but approach it. What is it? Then the object leapt wide open over the fence. It's alive? Incredibly, the black, pulpy object moved as if it were alive. Its movements are so cute that I couldn't help but step out over the fence. Hello. What are you? Kaori. The moment I suddenly heard Yuya-san's panicked voice, the black object that was swinging adorably in front of me swelled up like a monster's mouth and tried to wrap itself around me. I was unable to move at that scene, and as I watched in a daze. Unlike the uniformed figure from earlier, Yuya-san, who was wearing the black armor that was placed in the room earlier, appeared and held me in the form of a Princess Kaori and kicked the black object away. As I watched the figure in a daze, Yuya-san asked me with an impatient look. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Why yes. Really? Well, I'll get this over within a minute, just give me a minute, Knight, Akatsuki. Protect Kaori. Woof. Bui. Yuya-san said and slowly lowered me to the ground and instructed Knight-san and Akatsuki-san to do so. However, the moment I was lowered to the ground, I felt a little lonely. I wish we had a little more time now. No, it's nothing. As I was thinking about that, even though I felt it was a trivial matter, it seems that the black object I saw earlier was not alone, and a number of them appeared from the surrounding bushes. No way. I'm sorry, I should have warned you in the beginning. Unlike Earth, in this world, there are monsters who will mercilessly try to kill you. To kill. Yeah. Besides, the place where this house is located seems to be a particular place for those strong monsters. I should have told you properly before this happened. While saying that, Yuya-san made an apologetic expression and then quickly turned his head to the black objects. Well then. I'll finish it right away. As he said that, Yuya-san took out a spear from an empty space. The black object, which seemed to be watching to see how things would go with Yuya-san's arrival, suddenly attacked Yuya-san. The speed is not something that I would be able to avoid by myself, and moreover, I could tell from the fact that the ground was gouged out at the moment of the jump that it was a tremendous impact. But phew! Yuya-san effortlessly received the attack with his spear, and then swept it away as if to let the pressure escape, and with that momentum, he fired a spinning kick at another individual. The force of the attack was so great that the black object flew off in an instant. From then on, Yuya-san was able to take advantage of the black object alone, and in the end, he defeated all the black objects. Then the remnants of the black objects turned into particles of light, and afterward, some strange objects fell down. This must be Yuya-san's true power. I realized once again that until now, Yuya-san's activities at school and other places had really suppressed his power. As I watched in amazement as Yuya-san stored his weapons in an empty space, Knight-san and Akatsuki-san, who had been told to protect me, looked up at me with concern. Canyon. Fugo. I'm sorry. I was just a little startled, but I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Woof. Bui. As I'm stroking them while thanking them both, Yuya-san approaches me with a somewhat awkward expression on his face. Then he says to me with a look of having made up his mind about something. Is it strange for me to kill a creature so easily, even if it's to survive in this world? Seeing Yuya-san laughing sadly, I couldn't help but lose my temper and shout out. There's no way that's possible. Eh? Then Yuya-san's eyes widened as if he didn't expect my reaction. When I managed to calm myself down at the sight of him, I continue. Yuya-san has saved me again. That's all that matters. Ah. As expected, nothing has changed about Yuya-san since that day when we first met. Thank you. When I told him that again, Yuya-san smiled shyly. Well, let's go back to the house for now. It's not safe to stay here, you know. Yuya-san had said that in a cheerful tone as if to change the subject, and I asked him a question that I suddenly felt. Come to think of it. The house is in such a dangerous place, is it safe? I mean, the monsters can come on their own, right? Or if something like that comes in. It's all right. The previous owner of this house is apparently an amazing person, and thanks to him, the monsters can't get past this fence and into the garden. And maybe it's not just monsters, but enemies. Well, hostile people can't get in either, I guess. Wow. That's a lot more impressive than Earth's security equipment. Since there are always people from the security company in my house, I think the security measures are much stricter than in other people's houses, but even so, it is never a sure thing. However, if Yuya-san's words are true, there will be no more security companies in Japan if we can do the same thing. Once again, I was reminded of the mysterious power of magic and skill in this world. Come to think of it, that outfit. It looks great on you. Ah, really? Thank you. Like I said before, I wear it when I fight monsters and stuff in this world. It's still dangerous. Yuya-san used to fight as you did earlier? Yuya-san chuckles at my question. That's true. Because when you're looking around this world, you'll inevitably need a certain amount of self-defense. Besides, like the first time I met Kaori, being unable to do anything about it is just painful. I see. Yuya-san said he couldn't do anything about it, but I was very happy with the fact that he just took the initiative. But I thought that even if Yuya-san said that, he would probably continue to look for the best he could do. Thinking like that, Yuya-san smiled bitterly as he remembered something. Well, it's selfish of me, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this world. Eh? Why you mean that's a secret between us? Well, I guess so. I couldn't stop myself from smiling naturally at Yuya-san's words. It's okay. I won't tell anyone. Ah, really? Yes, and since we're sharing our secrets with each other, I think it's fair to say that we have a special relationship? Eh? It's nothing. Yes. Is that so? Well, let's just go back for now. We have some time to study for our tests. Yes. This is the reason why I've come to know one of Yuya-san's secrets, and I feel that I've gotten a little closer to him. Chapter 5, Kaori and Lexia. Part 1. It's been a few days since Kaori learned about the other world. We've continued to study for tests since then, but one thing has changed between us. That was Kaori's wish to study at the house in the other world. It's not that Kaori doesn't like the house in Japan, but she says the air in the other world is better, so studying there will help her clear her head. Well, now that the existence of the other world has been exposed, there is no particular reason for me to refuse it, so we study in the other world. And along with that, I showed Kaori some dishes made with ingredients from the other world, and she was happy to eat them. By the way, the ingredients I used were a type of food that increases our status. Although Kaori's status has increased thanks to those ingredients, apparently she didn't get the experience value from that group battle with the Hell Slime, so her level is still at 1. I don't really understand this concept of experience value either. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to experience being attacked by a group of slimes like that, but that experience doesn't add to the experience value either. Assuming the means of gaining experience is that you have to fight and win directly, that's pretty much impossible. Fortunately for me, thanks to Sage-san's weapon, I was able to beat 100 times stronger monsters when I was at a low level and low status, and I realized once again that I was truly blessed. However, that Sage-san's weapon is exclusive to me, or rather, it's been contracted at some point, so I can't lend it out, and if Kaori wants to level up, she'll have to find a low-status monster, or rather, I don't think the experience of killing a creature is a good one, so I'd like her to stay calm if possible. However, despite being level 1, thanks to the status-raising ingredients in my house's garden that increased her status a bit, Kaori has a superhuman physical ability on Earth. It seems that when she got home, she was able to carry a heavy load with ease, which surprised even Kaori herself. But I told her to keep that matter to herself. Well, I haven't been able to hide it well myself, so it's a bit late to say that. Just like that, we were still taking a break after finishing our studies at the house in the other world. As I thought, the air in this world is really good. Yeah. You get used to it when you're over here, but when you come back to Earth, things get a little weird. I know. What can I say? It feels a little smoky. We talk to each other about the other world's air and smile, and Kaori starts to soften up after a bit. What's going on? No, you see. Kaori was a bit hesitant about something, but she immediately looked at me with a determined expression. Yuya-san, would you be willing to show me around this world? When my eyes widened at the words I hadn't expected, Kaori looked straight at me. It's partly because I want to know more about this world, but I also want to see the things that Yuya-san has seen in this world. Is that bad? Ugh. I stifle my words to Kaori, who looks up at me anxiously. If I think about it, that's true. If you come to this unknown world, you'll want to look around. It's difficult, I guess. Why is that? Just like Kaori was attacked before, there are a lot of monsters in this world. And even if you go to the city, it's not as safe as in Japan. Even in the royal capital, there are those who have been caught up in raids, and there is even a disturbing organization called the Dark Guild. I want to take you with me, but I'm not strong enough to say that I can absolutely protect you. Are you still not strong enough, Yuya-san? Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, Master Rabbit, the mysterious girl from the other day. There are many opponents I can't compete with anyway. And that's exactly the case with the monsters in the depths of this great devil's nest. I won't be able to fight them properly with the current me. Kaori heard my explanation, and her mouth was somewhat aggrieved. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. I'm so sorry. But then, if you think it's okay, Yuya-san, will you take me with you? Of course. Then, I forgive you. Kaori gave a slight smile as she said that. So, we might not be able to go outside, but it's okay inside this house's garden, right? Oh, that's okay. Then let's go to the garden. Responding to Kaori's request, we go out into the garden. Once again, I think outside, it's a strange place. The trees around it are also of a type I've never seen before. Come to think of it, what do you grow in that field? It's a vegetable from the other world that I made Kaori eat the other day, and it has the effect of increasing the stats. Of course, it doesn't rise without limit, but I thought it would be a good idea for Kaori, who has trouble raising her level. I was really surprised when I got home. Well, I was convinced later when I heard the reason. But then again, it's hard to keep a low profile, but it's a little funny to think that I have the power to be like a character in a story. I'd appreciate it if you put it that way. Also, I'm growing a medicinal herb called Complete Recovery Herb, but... Medicinal herb? Is it? Yeah. What's amazing is that these herbs can heal any wound. What kind of wounds? Yeah. For example, even if you lose your arm due to some accident, if you take this Complete Recovery Herb, that arm will grow back. Grow. Kaori's face paled a bit as she imagined the scene. I wasn't anything like that since fighting monsters in this world became the norm for me to slash off hands and such, but it would normally be a pretty shocking image. And then it does not just heal wounds, it seems to heal diseases as well. Maybe it can heal anything except resurrecting the dead. Kaori was at a loss for words when she heard the Complete Recovery Herb explanation. If such a thing really existed, I think everyone would seek it out. And if there is that herb, it can cure incurable diseases that are still considered incurable all over the world today. Right? Well, it's a complete fight or flight effect on Earth's medical technology. Indeed, when I think about it, Complete Recovery Herb is a blown effect. I've already tried not to think too much about it just because it's something that Sage-san was growing. Besides, I need to prepare a lot of recovery methods because it would be troublesome if something happened in this world or in the exploration of this great devil's nest. As I was thinking like that, Kaori was staring at the field with some kind of difficult expression. That. Yuya-san. I'm sure Yuya-san already understands enough. But obviously the crops, concepts, and items here are too dangerous on Earth. Yeah. The spear in and out of empty space the other day was also unique to this world, wasn't it? Yes. It's a skill called Item Box, but I don't know how much of that skill can be stored, but if it were unlimited, it would overturn all common sense on Earth. I also think that the power of magic is a very dangerous thing. If this power is known to Japan and the rest of the world, it would not be a good thing. If Kaori is right, if the concept of this world's magic were brought to Earth, it would be only a matter of time before it was used for warfare. And as Lexia-san said before, teleportation magic is definitely one of the most dangerous types of magic. For me, I can easily go far away and stop being late to school, but I don't want to use it for the extent of that, but that's not the case if I think about it on a nationwide basis. It's really hard to keep up with this world. I think we're done for the moment, and we should go back. It was then that Kaori was about to go back to the room. With a wry smile as the conversation turned out to be more difficult than expected. Yuya-sama. Eh? I let out a shout of surprise and turned around to look at. It's me. Here. How do we expect to survive if you keep making us do things your way? Shit. Any number of lives wouldn't be enough for Lexia's guards. Ah, my head hurts. To my surprise, I saw Lexia-san blasting towards this house, and from behind her, Luna and Owen-san jumped in to fight against the monsters that were following further behind them, desperately. Apparently, it seems that the ones chasing after Lexia-san and the others are a group of goblin elite. Kaori stares at me, bewildered by such a scene, and I stare back at Kaori like that. Then Luna notices me in such a state. Hey. Yuya. Help us, Wait, who's that woman next to you? No, I think we have bigger problems right now. We're in danger of becoming the monster's food for thought if we're not careful. You will be the sole prey, Owen. I'm busy now. It really makes me sick to my stomach. Coo. For that matter, I can only hold the entire goblin elite back as best I can. That's what I'm doing. Complained of the stupid princess over there. As usual, I mean, Owen-san looks like he's having a very hard time. Is he going to be okay? I'll give him some earth-grown stomach pills and headache pills next time. As I was looking at the scene in front of me in a daze, thinking that I'll have to go to the pharmacy next time, Lexia-san noticed me too and raised her voice. Yuya-sama. Who's the woman next to Yuyu? Yuya-san? Those people are? I couldn't help but look up at the sky as I realized that this was going to be complicated. Well, can I head over to help first? Yeah, I know. It sounds like it's going to be pretty tough. Thanks. Night, Akatsuki. I'm sure it will be fine, but just in case, watch over Kaori. Woof. Fugo. While laughing at their energetic replies, I quickly changed into my Bloody War Demon series armor and ran off at once. Phew. Then, with the least amount of movement, I released a kick to the forehead of the goblin elite that was closest to Lexia-san, and the face of the goblin elite exploded from the force of the kick. Without killing the momentum, this time, I stepped through the head of the goblin elite in Luna's direction, and then I used that leg as an axis to slam a spinning kick into the goblin elite that was closing in on Owen-san. Until now, I wasn't able to move this smoothly, but thanks to my training with Master Usagi, I was able to attack like this while smoothly moving on to the next move when it came to kicks. The number of goblin elites had decreased with my participation in the fight, and Luna and Owen-san had also successfully defeated the goblin elites they were dealing with. When all the goblin elites were thus eradicated, Owen-san took a breath. Phew. Yuya Dono, thank you for saving us. No, that's fine, but... Well, what exactly is going on? You went all the way to such a dangerous place. There is no longer any need for me to go to the royal capital, so there shouldn't be any need to come all the way to the dangerous great devil's nest like this. Then, as if realizing my inner feelings, Luna looks at me in a dumbfounded way. What is it, Yuya? The other day, Lexia said she was going to visit Yuya's house. Or are we not allowed to come unless we have something to do? No, it's not like that, but... Then that's good, it was Lexia who started it, but I've wanted to meet you too. Seeing Luna's cheeks redden as she says that, I remember being kissed by Luna before, and even I get red in the face. I ask Luna as if to disguise such an expression. See, come to think of it, how did you get here? It must have been hard for you. Yeah. But Lexia's selfishness means that we have become a little stronger too. I see. I couldn't help but give a drawn-out smile at Luna's somewhat accomplished reaction, and Luna pointed in a direction. More importantly, can we leave that alone? When I turned my gaze toward the direction Luna indicated, I saw the figure of Lexia-san, who had crossed the fence and entered the garden before I knew it, silently confronted Kaori. What was that atmosphere? As I hurriedly returned to my house with Owen-san and the others, Lexia-san and Kaori didn't seem to care about us and continued to stare at each other in silence. I'm not sure what to do with the too heavy atmosphere, so I looked towards Owen-san to ask for help, but he seemed to have his eyes closed and didn't give a damn about it. Well, he's usually having a hard time. Next, I turn my attention to Luna, but for some reason, Luna is staring at me with half-lidded eyes. Why? No one seemed to be able to do anything about the situation anywhere I looked, and when I was in full-blown trouble, Lexia-san slowly opened her mouth. What's your name? I'm Kaori Hojo. You are? T/N, wasn't Kaori didn't have the language comprehension skill. I'm Lexia von Alceria. I see. If you don't know me, then you're from the same country as Yuya Summer. As I watched the course of events to see what would happen once they knew each other's names, they suddenly turned their gaze towards me. By the way, Yuya-san. By the way, Yuya Summer. What is your relationship with this person? They said in unison. Part 2. The first thing I asked them to do was to come to my house and sit down with a cup of tea or something. At that time, Kaori introduced herself to Owen-san and Luna as well, so I'll be answering the questions from the two of them earlier. I opened my mouth, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the sharp looks from the two. No, 3 people, including Luna. Well, first of all, Kaori, she's a friend of mine. When I said that, Kaori looked a little dissatisfied, but on the contrary, Lexia-san and the others looked like they were missing a beat. Eh? Is that all? Other than that, it's hard to explain. I sneak an earful to Kaori, who looks at me with a quizzical expression at my stalling. I haven't explained our world to those. Lexia-san and others. Eh? For some reason, they think I'm a foreigner, too. I see. Before Lexia-san and the others arrived, we had talked about the technology and power of this world is dangerous to Earth, and Kaori was convinced that I hadn't told them I was an otherworlder. But still. Only friend is. Eh? It was nothing. Kaori seems to have muttered something after that. Well, if she says it's nothing, it must be so. The first thing you should know about Lexia-san and the others is that Lexia-san is the princess of a country called Alceria Kingdom. Kaori's eyes widened in surprise at my explanation. It's natural, of course. It's not like she's going to meet a princess in her normal life. And Luna and Owen-san are her bodyguards. A princess and bodyguard. She seems surprised at the word princess, but I heard that even Kaori has a bodyguard, so it's not that unusual. A knight would be unusual, though. No, if I think about it, Kaori is also a person who lives in a different world than I do, right? Just having a bodyguard on Earth is very impressive, however. When I remember again that Kaori is a young lady, she came back to her senses and asked me. So, how did that princess, Lexia Summer, and Yuya-san meet? You can call me Lexia if you want. Kaori is the same age as Yuya Summer, right? Besides, I'll call you Kaori too. No. Is that okay? Kaori was feeling pressured by Lexia-san's push as usual, but Lexia-san smiled. Of course. I'm the one who told you, after all, so it's okay. Lexia Summer. I'm sure it's fine for this occasion, but if you handle it that way in your official duty, you'll have to deal it with more. As you said, it's fine here, right? I don't care anymore, really. Thank you for your hard work, Owen-san. Now, if you're going to call Lexia like that, you should call me Luna, too. Kaori looked at me as if to say what to do. Well, they said it's good for them, so I guess it's fine. Is that what it is? But I'm sorry. At least allow me to call you Lexia-san and Luna-san, please. Well, it can't be helped. Kaori is always polite, so it would be difficult for her to call them casually like that for now. Lexia-san seemed to have figured that out, and she nodded while smiling bitterly. So, as for how I met Yuya Summer. One day, I was targeted by assassins who wanted to kill me, and I ran away to this forest to escape from them. Assassins. Kaori is suddenly dumbfounded by a word that is unlikely to be used in normal life in Japan. But those assassins were killed by a monster in this forest, and I thought I would be killed as well. But Yuya Summer saved me from that. Lexia-san says that with sparkling eyes, and I feel very embarrassed when she says that again. After that, I couldn't stay long. I came here to see Yuya Summer again and asked him to marry me. Marriage proposal. Wait. That's awkward. This is going to complicate things. As expected, Kaori, who was surprised by Lexia-san's words, looks at me in a daze. Yuya-san. The marriage proposal, was it true? No, I mean, it was true, but I have refused it properly. Because from my point of view, we were complete strangers at the time. That's right. Well, I'm not giving up on it, though. For some reason, Lexia-san proudly puffed out her chest. What's really good about me? Then this time, Luna also opened her mouth. And while I'm at it, I'd like to tell you about me, the assassin who attacked Lexia in the story earlier. One of them is me. Luna's words surprised Kaori again. That's true too. A former assassin and his target are together now. It's usually hard to believe. When I was hired to do that job, I visited this forest to investigate. I was also attacked by monsters, and when I was close to death, Yuya saved me. Well, a lot happened from there. But that's a long story, so that's okay. A Different World is amazing. Kaori was, first of all, stunned by the many stories she had never heard on Earth, and then she muttered of such things. While I was smiling bitterly at Kaori's figure, Lexia-san suddenly stood up. Well then, Yuya-sama. Let us take a bath, please. Huh? The request was so abrupt that I involuntarily gave a distracted reply. Are you here today to just take a bath? No. I just got sweaty and dirty from running to come here. Geez. I'm sickened by your selfishness, but I'm sick of sweat and dirt, too. I see. It looks like it was really hard to get here, Luna nods, and I guess I have to let them take a bath. Then Kaori, who doesn't know about the bath I have, tilted her head in wonder. A bath? Yes, that's right. Since we're here, Kaori should come in with us too. Me too? Kaori was surprised that she was also invited to join them, but it seems to be the decision between Lexia-san and Luna now. Since I have no reason to refuse to let them take a bath either, I prepare for it without understanding it well. Yuya-sama. You refused it last time, but do you want to come in with us this time? Buo. When I finished preparing the bath, Lexia-san said something like that again, just like before. No way. Kaori blushes as I gushed at that statement. Come in together. Yes. Is there something wrong with that? How is that not wrong? Really, what's going on in your mindset? Excuse me, okay. It's perfectly normal. No, I don't think it's normal. Unable to say so, I managed to convince them to give up, and the three of them went to the bath. There's really a bath. As I took off my clothes, I was surprised to see a bath with steam rising in front of me. At first, I thought that I would take a bath in this house, but it seemed that one of the drop items that Yuya-san had talked about before was a bath that could be carried around, and that I would be in it. I didn't understand the idea of taking a bath with them, but I don't understand even more about a portable bath than that. How does one go about carrying a bath with them? That's what I thought, but the moment Yuya-san somehow took out a square object and placed it on the floor, a bath was instantly created. I was no longer at a loss for words. This world is simply astonishing because it defies all common sense on Earth. However, I was told that we would be in this bath together, but even though we are the same girls, I was a little nervous about it. When I was waiting without knowing it well, Lexia-san and the others came over and prepared for it. Then we rinsed off, and when it came time to get into the bath, I couldn't help but let out a voice at how good it felt. Then Lexia-san and the others, who were also soaking in hot water, also looked comfortably. Phew. It feels so good. Yeah. As always, the baths Yuya has are the best. I can vaguely guess from their words, but after all, they have been helped by Yuya-san and have used this bath before. It's probably okay, but I don't think it's possible that they are in it with Yuya-san, right? Earlier, Lexia-san said something about Yuya-san joining us too, but I think it's okay. No, I think it's okay to see Yuya-san's reaction. The two of them told me how they met Yuya-san, and I was happy to hear that Yuya-san is still the same in this world. After all, when someone is in trouble, he goes to help. That's probably why Lexia-san was attracted to Yuya-san like that. And I also. So, what about Kaori? I give an unwilling response to Lexia-san's abruptly thrown words. Is it okay? The other party is a princess. I've met a number of important people through my father's relationship, but as expected, I never had the opportunity to meet a princess, so I couldn't help but think so. However, Lexia-san doesn't seem to be particularly bothered by this, and she looks straight at me. So, what do you think, Kaori? What is it about? That's Yuya-sama, of course. I stifled a few words, not expecting her to ask me so straightforwardly. You don't have to fake it or anything. I just want to know how Kaori really feels. I couldn't look away from Lexia-san's eyes, which were staring straight at me as if to say that she would not allow me to lie. I like Yuya-san. From the first time we met, I was unintentionally attracted to Yuya-san's kindness. After that, Yuya-san never changed and helped me so many times that I found myself feeling emotions that I had never felt before. And I guess this is what it means to love. With Lexia-san's prompting, I was finally able to calmly analyze my feelings. I like Yuya-san. I was confused because it was my first emotion, but when I finally accepted it, I felt embarrassed and somewhat refreshed. Then Lexia heard my words and nodded. I see. Luna is the same, but why does everyone want to hide their feelings? Why don't you honestly say you like Yuya-sama? No, you're just too straightforward. It's okay. You must keep up the positive feelings, otherwise, people won't be able to understand you very well. That may be. But from what I hear about it, is Luna-san also about Yuya? Yeah, that's right. Luna-san blushed and looked kind of cute as she awkwardly looked away from me. Oh well, fine. Even if I find out Kaori likes Yuya-sama, it won't change anything I do. I told you, right? I said I proposed Yuya-sama. I haven't given up yet. But isn't it too early to get married? Is that the case in Yuya-sama and Kaori's country? You know, in our country, marriage is commonplace at this age. What a surprise. It's true that we women are just about the right age to get married on Earth, but Yuya is not yet 18 years old. But that is the law in Japan on Earth, and I guess that would be legal in this world. Lexia-san, who doesn't know that I'm confused, continues. So I won't give up on Yuya-sama. Of course, I'm not going to let Luna and Kaori beat me, either. But I'm one step ahead of you at the moment, Mukii. That was because Owen didn't want to stop the carriage. Well, leave this sorry princess aside. As for me, Kaori, you are the biggest obstacle. You're from the same country as Yuya, and from the exchange you just had, you must know a side of Yuya that we don't know about. That's right. Kaori has an advantage that we don't. That means. Could it be that I'm the most late on this case? I don't know what made her think that, but I don't think that she is late about this, at least not when she is asking Yuya-san to marry her. I just accepted my feelings honestly just now, but I really thought it was amazing that Lexia-san could communicate her feelings so clearly and even more so to her partner. While I'm feeling that way, Lexia-san points her finger at Luna-san and me. Okay. I'll turn the tables from here, and I'll be the one to marry Yuya-sama first. Brace yourself. I'll just pull away again soon enough. Somehow, Luna-san laughed wryly at Lexia-san's statement like that, but I felt strange about Lexia-san's statement. What do you mean by, first? Normally, once you get married, there is no later. Then Lexia-san and Luna-san looked at each other. Could it be that it's not possible to marry more than one person in Kauri country? T. There's no such thing. A. Can you do that on your country? It's pretty standard. It's interesting. It's interesting how these parts of our culture can be so different. Luna-san and Lexia-san looked curious, but I couldn't believe it from my upbringing in the Japanese way of thinking. You mean that? Polygamy? There are not only polygamy but also polyandry, as well. Especially for royalty and nobility, they have a tendency to do either. My father has taken several other women besides my mother, you know. And I know the female heads of families who have married many men. I'm honestly amazed at the explanation of Lexia-san and Luna-san, but when I hear the words nobility and royalty, I feel slightly chilled. Those people have to leave behind an heir, so they will probably marry a lot of women and men, but I'm sure that was understandable if you meant among the nobility and royalty. But that idea is indeed unthinkable for the average citizen, isn't it? Well, it's rare for a commoner to be polygamous, but that's because they don't have the economic power to do so. A commoner with money would have been married polygamously. A great merchant would be a good example. On this point, there's no problem with Yuya-sama. The materials of the monsters in this forest are enough to make a tremendous amount of money, and if anything, he can do well as an adventurer. And since he's going to marry me, he's going to be royalty anyway, right? That's perfectly fine. I'm beginning to get a headache from the common sense of the other world that is told too much one after another. It's true that there are countries on Earth where bigamy is allowed, but it's unthinkable in Japan, so to think that Yuya-san would be adapted to that. When I was shocked by that one thing, Lexia-san changed the topic in a cheerful tone. Well, we'll see what happens there. And I have to get Yuya-sama to go for it too. Right. So, for my part, I'd like to ask you about the things Kaori knows about Yuya-sama. A. T. The thing that I know about? Yes. When it comes to this, we should be talking about what we know about Yuya-sama with each other, right? I'm sure Kaori would like to know the side of Yuya-sama that we all know, wouldn't you? That's, of course. I certainly don't know about Yuya-san's activities in this world, so I'd like to hear about it. Lexia-san laughed happily at my reaction, and from there, Luna-san and I were included in a discussion about Yuya-san. It had been a really long time since I had talked this much with a girl my age, and by the time we left the bath, we had become great friends. Part 3. While Lexia and the others were having a conversation in the bath, Owen tried to gather information on Yuya and the others. However, because of Kaori's sudden appearance, he has more to look into, and it's a bit of a headache. Nevertheless, there are several similarities between Yuya and Kaori, which can be helpful in gathering information. Although their hair and eye color are the same, their facial features are not that similar. The line of brother and sister is thin, and they are probably really friends. If that's the case, does that mean Kaori Dono is a nobleman or royalty like Yuya Dono? Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that he had little information. That's why Owen's misunderstanding accelerated, and his head ached that he had new things to report when he returned to the royal capital. This was because Owen wanted to gather as much information about Yuya as possible and report it to Arnold. When Arnold was attacked by Rhaegar, even though those attackers were exceptionally skilled, Yuya had managed to deal with them effortlessly, and even took out a series of legendary grade items. There was no way they would let loose a country with such an individual so easily, and Arnold wanted him to stay in the Alsaria kingdom if possible. It was because he believed that if Yuya were willing to abandon his country and become a citizen of the Alsaria kingdom, it would be of great benefit to the country. In fact, there was no doubt that Yuya's abilities and legendary grade items would have a tremendous impact on diplomacy. However, since both Owen and Arnold had only seen a small part of Yuya's abilities yet, it was not known what would happen if they knew about Yuya's transfer magic and other things. The best thing is not to bring in only Yuya Dono, but Yuya Dono and Lexia-sama marry and start trading with Yuya Dono's country as it is, but His Majesty would be reluctant to do so. Well, after the last one, the hostility towards Yuya Dono is almost gone, anyway. Arnold's assessment of Yuya had been revised after Yuya had treated Rhaegar, which Arnold himself had given up on, and that made Arnold revised his opinion of Yuya. That's how tremendous Yuya's actions were, but the man himself was not so aware of it. Still, although Arnold himself still thinks that the current situation of his beloved daughter, Lexia, favoring Yuya is not pleasant, he was quite troubled by Yuya's abilities and other factors. It's a great idea to get a chance to connect with Yuya, but as a parent, he doesn't want to give her to anyone. Nevertheless, there was no need to jump to conclusions just yet, since Yuya himself, whose favor is directed at him, has refused Lexia's marriage proposal. However, the emergence of an uncertain element called Kaori here complicated the battle over Yuya. Even so, Owen suddenly turned his attention to Knight and Akatsuki, who were relaxing near him. Woof. Fugo. Then they tilted their heads curiously. They were only briefly introduced to me, but they are Yuya Dono's family. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. With that in mind, Owen took the opportunity to take a good look at Knight and Akatsuki. Knight Dono is a dog? It's not. He's a wolf. However, when it comes to black wolf monsters, there aren't too many types. The most famous one is Black Fang, but they're a D class. It wasn't very good. In fact, it wouldn't be able to fight in the Great Devil's Nest. Other than that, there are several things that come to mind, such as the Shadow Wolf and the Murder Claw, which are still too weak to survive in the Great Devil's Nest. Besides, a search for enemy ability beyond that Yuya Dono is not normal. If that's the case. Thinking up to that point, Owen's mind was filled with the name of a certain monster. And the moment that monster's name popped into his head, sweat appeared on Owen's forehead. See, could it is that legendary Black Fenrir? I guess it can't be that. Even Fenrir, who is known as the God Wolf, has been brought to its knees, and has even attacked the three once glorious nations in a single night. He looked at Knight again, but Knight still only tilted his head cutely. No, 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 that's indeed not true. Legend has it that it was even described as being large enough to swallow a city in its entirety. By all accounts, Knight Dono is too small. He's probably a monster unique to the Great Devil's Nest that is still unknown to me and the rest of the world. If that's the case, Akatsuki Dono is also. This time he looked at Akatsuki, but Akatsuki didn't seem to be interested in Owen, he just rolled around sluggishly on the floor with his belly showing. Phew. For all intents and purposes, he's just a little piggy. No, that red hair is rare, but he doesn't look particularly amazing. I haven't even seen him fighting like Knight Dono, and he's probably not very good at fighting. There was no need to think any further about Akatsuki, Owen decided. In the end, Owen was unable to gather any significant information and continued to ponder. Phew. That was a nice bath. Yeah. As expected of Yuya's bath. It's amazing. I never thought I'd feel so much better after a bath. The three of them came back from the bath, talking happily to each other. It's amazing. They were a bit distant before the bath, but now they seem to be getting along quite well. First, let's ask Kaori what she thought after trying the bath for the first time. Kaori. How was the bath? It's amazing. My skin is feeling smoother, but even more than that, it feels like a power is rising from the bottom of my body. I could tell by the way Kaori said that with sparkling eyes that she was satisfied. I'm glad to hear that. That item seems to have various effects, you know. An item from a different world is really amazing. And you can take that bath with you, right? Well, yeah. Therefore, you can take a bath wherever you want, and since the effect of the item seems to be to make it invisible to the people around it, you don't have to worry about being seen. But even so, I suppose you still have to choose the place to some extent. But it's still amazing. While smiling bitterly at Kaori, who was more into the bath than I expected, I asked Lexia-san and Luna as well. Speaking of which, what did you do here today? You know, I forgot all about it in the introduction of Kaori and the sudden bath. Ara, we don't have particular needs, you know. Huh? I froze at the unexpected statement. However, Lexia-san didn't seem bothered by it and puffed out her chest. I came here just to see Yuya-sama. I've always wanted to meet Yuya too, but your location is hard to go. This princess doesn't care about that, so I have to put myself in her shoes, as well. No, this place is indeed dangerous, but wait a minute. You came here after properly informing Arnold Summer, didn't you? We didn't do it because it was too much trouble. Not good. This is going to piss him off again. As I put my hand over my head, Owen-san let out a sigh and told me. Yuya Dono. Please be at ease. I have reported to him, just in case. Oh, that's good to know. No, really. But if they don't have anything to do, then it might bore them. I'm sorry that they came all this way, and I tell them honestly, well, sorry. I've got another thing to do tomorrow. And by things, of course, I mean school. There's not much time left until the test. Ara, is that so? Does that involve Kaori? Yes, that's right. Fumu. I'm very curious about the details of that when it's just the two of you doing things together. But it's also true that we came here so suddenly that I can't say anything about it. Lexia-san seemed to be convinced, even though she looked a little dissatisfied. If that's the case, it's time for us to leave too. My father is going to be angry if we stay too long. No, I think he'll be furious when you come out without telling him. Lexia-san didn't seem to be bothered by Luna's righteous argument either. She wondered what would happen from her position as a former assassin, but it was good that the two of them seemed to be more compatible than expected. Then the moment Lexia-san and the others said they were leaving, Kaori looked a little sad. I understand that, but when it comes to saying goodbye, it's a little sad. Oh, it's not like it's a lifetime farewell. You don't have to be so depressed. If you want, I can come back tomorrow at the same time as today, okay? Lexia-sama. From tomorrow onwards, your official duties will continue for a while. At Owen-san's words, Lexia-san's expression, which had been so lively a moment ago, froze. It's not true, right? No, it's true. Giving your official duties would make it impossible for you to be selfish, no matter what you say. I advised Lexia-sama that this would be just fine for her. Oh, Owen. Lexia-san stared at Owen-san with a devilish look on her face. That's scary. But even though Owen-san looks at Lexia-san like that, he doesn't seem to be affected. You've been acting a little too freely lately. I'll have you working to your heart's content for a while from tomorrow. No. No. For now, as far as I know, you'll be attending the upcoming social events, and you'll be meeting with people from the neighboring kingdom of Ronus. Also, there will be a visit to a provincial city that you were unable to visit last time. No. Lexia-san collapsed on the spot. How hard it is for royalty to do that. And just by listening to the story like that, I can strongly feel that Lexia-san is a real princess. The world we live in is different, after all. Next to the crumbling Lexia-san, Luna let out a dumbfounded sigh. I wouldn't say I like it too, but all this. Since I'm employed by Lexia, do I have to join in? Then she heard Luna's words and suddenly regained her energy. Luna. You're with me, right? You don't like it, too, do you? There's nothing fun about socializing at a dinner party, after all. Yes. But I'm just an escort. I don't have to deal with any of the annoying interactions around there, though. Why you traitor? Apparently, Lexia-san doesn't have any allies. So please don't look at me like that. There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be helped. I will finish those things right away and come here again. Yes, that's right, just one yes is enough. Lexia Summer yelled at Owen-san and then looked at us again. Well then, it's a regret to say goodbye, but we'll leave now. Oh, do you want me to walk you to the entrance of this great devil's nest? Thanks, but no thanks. Since we're here, it's best also to raise Luna and Owen's levels. This girl. Luna and Owen-san's eyes were wide open. Are they going to be okay? Well, the monsters near the entrance to the Great Devil's Nest can be dealt with by Luna, even if they come in packs, so it's okay. So, Kaori. See you later. Yes. I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about again. That's how Lexia-san and the others left. In the meantime, I asked Night to follow them from the shadows, so they should be fine. As we were watching them off, Kaori muttered next to me. They've gone. That's right. Lexia-san and the others were nice, and we had a lot of fun. I see. I'm glad you're getting along so well. At first, I was strangely tense, and I wondered what was going to happen. I chuckled, and I asked her something that was suddenly on my mind. Oh, by the way, you were so close at the end, what exactly did you talk about in the bath? In response to my question, Kaori looked up at me and smiled mischievously. It's a secret. Chapter 6, Reunion with the Mysterious Girl. Part 1. It was several days after that day when Kaori, Lexia-san, and others met. Phew. I guess this is enough for today's study. Woof. When I say that while stretching, Night looked up at me and tilted his head. Come to think of it, I haven't been getting myself closer with Night and Akatsuki lately because I've been studying for the test all the time. Yeah, it would be nice to go out with Night and Akatsuki today. Woof. Fugo. Are Night and Akatsuki okay? I look at their face, but they have sparkles in their eyes as if they are looking forward to going outside. It makes me want to go even more when they gave me a look like this, and I'm sorry for not so sensitive about it. It's okay. Wherever we go, we can come right away with teleport magic. Woof. Then Night took the Adventurers Guild card that I had left in the room in his mouth and brought it to me. Woof. Oh, by the way, we also registered with the Adventurers Guild. Could it be that you want to take the request? Woof. Night nodded cheerfully at my question. I see. Then, let's go take a request at the Adventurers Guild today. Woof. Fugo. While smiling at their energetic appearance, I quickly made preparations and headed straight to the royal capital. However, it's not a good idea to move into the city suddenly, so we moved to an unpopular place a bit away from the capital. We went straight to the royal capital from there. Once we could enter the city without any problems, we headed to the Adventurers Guild. If I had more time, I would probably like to look around the royal capital streets, but this time, my primary purpose is to take a request from the Adventurers Guild. I won't be able to look around until after the test is over. As I headed to the Adventurers Guild with that in mind, I saw a certain person walking towards the Adventurers Guild from across the street. Yulia? Oh, Luna. To my surprise, I met Luna near the Adventurers Guild. What brings you here? As I recall, you said you were busy. Did you finish your business? No, not yet. I just came here to take a request to take a break from it. You see, I can use teleport magic to get back and forth, after all. Well, it's because you're the only one who can use that method, you know? I was aware of that. And Lexia-san had told me a lot about the dangers of teleport magic. More importantly, I was also curious about something. You too, Luna, why are you here? Is it okay with Lexia-san's guard? Yeah, it looks like Owen alone can handle the guards today, so I got a break after a long time. However, not moving my body is also not good. That's why I was taking a walk around the royal capital. I see. Would you like to join us and take a request from the Adventurers Guild? For some reason, Luna gives me a dumbfounded look at my suggestion. Oh, is that okay? I thought it would be nice if we could fight monsters together again like we used to train in the past. You know? Woof. Fugo tilde. Knight and Akatsuki are also very positive about Luna's participation, and they've slipped to Luna's feet. They are cute. Looking at Knight and Akatsuki, Luna smiled. I see. No, I didn't expect that Yuya and I could really go on a request together. I guess you could call this a date, right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's find some reasonable requests in the meantime. With Luna leading the way, we approach the bulletin board and check the requests, but the requests we get from our ranks are really simple things. That's precisely the image I received before. Harvesting herbs, delivering packages, plucking weeds, and other chores. When I was skimming through the bulletin board, Luna turned her attention to a specific request. Yuya, how about this? There was a request form with the words "investigation of monsters" around the royal capital written on it. That sounds good. But is there a place in the vicinity of the royal capital where such monsters can appear? Yeah. Just in case, there's a forest nearby, so I guess it would be in the form of a survey there. I see. In the end, there were no other requests that looked good, so I decided to take the request that Luna had recommended in this way for now. Since Emilia-san was at the reception desk, I asked Emilia-san to go through the procedures and ask her for a few more details. Well, regarding the investigation around the royal capital, what is the main thing we should do? Oh, you don't have to think too hard. If you can hunt down just one type of monster that appears in the vicinity of the royal capital, your request will be accomplished. It's easier than I thought. Yes, that's true. And since this is a request that is always posted, other adventurers often receive it as well. Are you okay with this request? Yes, I'm fine with it. Okay, I'll just fill out the paperwork. This is how Emilia-san took care of the paperwork, and we used teleport magic to head to the forest near the royal capital. You're in a good mood, aren't you? As soon as we left the royal capital after Emilia-san took care of the paperwork, Luna started humming. Then, Luna blushed in embarrassment at my remark. Is that so? Well, it's because I can go out alone with Yuya. So, that's why? Yes. I couldn't help but feel my face heat up at Luna's reaction too. But, indeed, Luna and I haven't acted together since our training in the Great Devil's Nest. No, there's Knight and Akatsuki, of course, but in terms of people. Well, even if my training with Luna is no longer there, I'm still training with Master Usagi. We arrive at our destination, a forest near the royal capital, while being shy of each other. The forest doesn't feel as bad as the Great Devil's Nest. We brace ourselves. Well then, let's see if we can find a suitable monster. That was the moment I was about to say that. Huh? We look at each other at the sound of a woman's shout from the forest. What was that just now? I don't know. But it's close. Coo. Knight. Do you know which way the voice is now? Woof. Knight moved his nose and ears, barked once, and started to run. All right, we'll go too. Yeah. I followed Knight, and hurriedly entered the forest. And after a little while, the identity of the voice came into view. This wolf. To my surprise, Glenna-san, who had approached me in the Adventurers Guild before, sat down with her back to the tree, and Knight stood in front of her, wary of something. Are you all right? Oh, you guys. I don't know what happened, but I'll just check here. No. Stay out of it. Woof. The moment I was about to tell Glenna-san to run away, a sharp attack suddenly flew from an empty place. I quickly took out Absolute Spear to prevent it and threw it in the direction of the attacker. Then, what is that thing? Yuya, that's an assassin chameleon. Chameleon? I hurriedly checked the surroundings. It's definitely an extremely thin presence, but I can see that something is encircling us. I look around like I'm protecting Glenna-san, and Luna informs me. The assassin chameleon is a B-class monster. They'll mimic their surroundings and attack you as they did just now. I see. This is the first monster I've encountered outside of the Great Devil's Nest, but it has a higher rank than I expected. Is this normal? Still, this mimicry ability is pretty tricky. It's a level that even I can barely understand. But since I can understand it to a point, I have no choice but to fight while trying not to miss their presence. I called out to Glenna-san, who was stunned behind me. For now, we'll take down this monster. Luna. I know. Luna skillfully manipulated the thread in her hand and released it randomly into the surroundings. The thread chopped up the surrounding trees, and the assassin chameleons who couldn't avoid it were also damaged and showed up. Kia are. Cookie. The strange screaming assassin chameleon was a large chameleon about 2 meters tall with a green body, big yellow eyes, and a magnificent horn on its forehead. And if it shows itself, not only Luna can deal with it, but I can deal with it as well. Ha! The assassin chameleon's neck, which was damaged by Luna's thread and rampaging around, and I switched from Absolute Spear to Omni Sword, and sliced through it accurately. Ku-ku-ku-ki. Ki-e-e. Then the surviving assassin chameleon turned his back on us and left in a flash. It seems to have escaped. As I was surprised at my first experience of a monster running, Luna came next to me. Assassin's chameleon, as its name suggests, is a monster that is good at attacking by surprise. They have a habit of running away if that surprise attack is blocked or can't get through to their opponents. I see. When I was surprised at the still unknown ecology, Glenna-san, who had been watching the battle earlier, opened her eyes. Amazing. With that kind of reaction at my back, I let Knight and Akatsuki take care of Glenna-san and collect the dropped items. I want to check more slowly since I've never seen any of these items before, but Glenna-san is here, and this isn't the situation for that. Excuse me. Let's get out of here for now. Why, you're right. As we continued through the forest, we took a breath. Phew. That really helped me. Thanks. No, I'm glad I could help. I didn't expect to run into a bunch of assassin chameleons. Anyway, since you saved my life, I should thank you for that. Thanking me? For some reason, Glenna-san takes my arm and presses her chest against me. Maybe you could come over to Oni-san's house tonight if you want. I can do nice things for you. Nice things? Yes. As Oni-san said. Did you forget me here? When I was having trouble dealing with Glenna-san, Luna released me from Glenna-san's arms, and just like that, Luna glares at Glenna-san. If there's gratitude to Yuya, then, of course, I have one too, right? Luna-san? When I called out fearfully to Luna's attitude, Glenna-san gave a wry smile. It's a shame. I don't have any interest in that area. So that's about it for today, and I'm going to go home. I'm indeed tired, after all. Oh, then, do you want me to walk you back? As soon as I suggest that, Glenna-san smiles. That's a nice suggestion, but that's okay. Besides, I'm afraid of that girl if I'm around any longer. Huh? I followed Glenna-san's gaze to find a strangely unhappy Luna staring at me. What's wrong? Nothing. I don't think there's nothing wrong with your face like that. No matter how many times I asked, Luna would only answer that in the end. Then, Glenna-san thanked us once more and left by herself, while Luna and I resumed our search in the forest, as we had intended. Part 2. A few days after I saved Glenna-san with Luna, I checked the item I had obtained when I defeated the assassin chameleon, which I had completely forgotten about. The item was this. Assassination Chameleon's Discoloration Skin, Assassin Chameleon's Skin. It's very flexible and can be processed in various ways. Since it's a B-class monster, its defense power is also reasonably high. Besides, because the color changes depending on how it is processed. This is a target material that people involved in armor and clothing work would like to handle at least once. Cloak of Disguise, Assassin Chameleon's rare drop item. You can hide your figure from your surroundings while wearing this cloak. It is also possible to make your appearance visible only to any person while you are hiding. However, it is not absolutely undetectable. Once it has been noticed, that person will see through it even if you use it again, so you will need to hide somewhere to break their recognition. Bracelet of Replacement, Assassin Chameleon's rare drop item. It is possible to switch to the equipment registered in this bracelet instantly. Although B-class magic stones are also added here, this item is the most common among them. The Assassination Chameleon's discoloration skin is a strange rubbery material that changes color depending on how much light it catches, but since I don't have any plans or the place to process it at the moment, I decided to exchange it for cash at the door to another world, just like the Bloody Ogre's materials. And although Cloak of Disguise didn't seem to be necessary from my point of view as I have the skill, assimilation, I suddenly thought it would be nice to be able to deceive the eyes of someone who can't use the skill, or who can see that you've used any skill and hide your appearance when they come out. I haven't encountered such an opponent yet, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. The rest is Bracelet of Replacement. This is the most useful for now. The reason for that is that when I registered a couple of sets such as the Bloody War Demon series and the ordinary clothes that Sage San left for me, I was able to switch into them in an instant. For now, the only armor I have is the Bloody War Demon series, but if I get another armor later on, I can change into it in an instant, depending on the situation. This is really convenient. So that's how I spent a fulfilling time in the other world, but on Earth, the test ended yesterday successfully, and all I have to do is wait for the return. I'm pretty confident this time. How did Rio and the others do on the test? I'm feeling pretty good as usual. But I don't think it's that bad, though. I think I did pretty well, too. Apparently Rio and Shingo-kun didn't seem to have any particular problems, but seeing as how Akira and Cade were burned out, it would be quite dangerous. If it becomes a supplementary exam, I'll help them out. It's not that I'm good at math, but Kaori, a powerful helper, helped me out a lot this time. So I understand math tests better than usual, and I think I could answer more than expected in the classics and English by teaching Kaori. However, the study session with Kaori ended when the test was over for the time being. It's a bit lonely. She had been coming over to my house after school to study all through the testing period, so it was a bit lonely when I got alone in this kind of time for the first time in a long time. Besides, as I thought, it was fun. Since Kaori found out about the other world, I've been strangely curious about Kaori. Well, the reason was probably that Kaori accepted me after knowing the truth. My appearance has changed a lot, and even though she saw me defeating monsters without hesitation, I was happy that she didn't get scared and told me that I wouldn't change. I initially thought Kaori was a nice girl, but that matter has made me fully aware of her. But even if I like her, it would be a nuisance to Kaori, and I think there are more suitable people for her out there. Maybe it's wrong to feel this way, but after years of being bullied, I can't get confident in myself quickly enough. Still, I think I'm a lot less prone to that than I used to be, but it still doesn't change the way I think. Oh, no. Let's move around a bit. Whenever something was bothering me, I tried to move my body these days. I was genuinely trying to recreate what Master Usagi taught me. The contents of the various martial arts books I happened to find in the second-hand bookstore I went to when I had just opened the door to another world, and moving my body regardless. Accompanied by Knight and Akatsuki, I went out into the garden and mentioned something I suddenly realized. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Master Usagi around lately. Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki thought so too, nodding their heads in the same way. Well, I don't think Master Usagi is in danger, but I was a little curious. Then I suddenly thought of the mysterious girl who appeared when I restrained Rhaegar Summer. Maybe Master Usagi would know about that girl. That overwhelming strength was honestly not normal. I was just beginning to gain some confidence in terms of power, but such confidence was quickly shattered because of that girl. The world is still a big place, after all. We should do our own thing and get stronger little by little. Woof. Buoy tilde. Knight nodded vigorously, but Akatsuki's paws fluttered as if he was somewhat unmotivated. Well, Akatsuki isn't the type to fight. So, even if we were to get stronger, nothing would change if we kept going the way we are. That's why we need to devise something of our own outside of training with Master Usagi. If there's one thing we can do right now that will make us stronger, it will be to combine magic and close combat. Woof. Buoy. Knight was listening intently, cutely tilting his head, but Akatsuki was completely disinterested, lying sluggishly on the ground. Yeah, it's cute, and Akatsuki is still acceptable. Getting my mind back on track, I explain my thoughts to Knight. You see, so far, we're fighting in close combat with only weapons and fighting magic with magic, too, right? Woof. So I thought, why don't we just combine them? Woof. In fact, we don't have the luxury of being able to be aware of the use of magic when we fight with our weapons and physical bodies now. Perhaps that's why there's not much variation in our attacks. In the meantime, I, for example, have a lot of Sage Sans weapons, so I can fight while changing those weapons, but that's not the case for Knight and Akatsuki. I don't know if they actually exist or not, but there may be an enemy that will fight while switching between physical resistance and magic resistance. When such an enemy comes out, with our current situation, there's a chance that we'll be killed the moment we switch our attacks. Well, there is talk of such a possibility, but even more than that, if magic and weapon attacks are combined, there is no doubt that the number of hands will increase. However, I don't think it's possible to combine the two so easily. If you are suddenly able to avoid an attack, you can't unleash your magic on the point you were avoiding. It would be impossible for me to do that now. That's why I decided to change my thinking a bit. Sage Sans weapons and stuff, aren't they ridiculously strong in their current state? Woof, could this be stronger? Woof. Well, that's how the reaction would be. For example, wouldn't it be strong if this absolute spear covered in lightning? I took out the absolute spear from my item box and said that while showing it to Knight. Then Knight's eyes widened even more. What I'm trying to say is that I'm going to clothe the weapon with magic. With this, even the ghostly enemy called Wraith that I fought before, I'll be able to defeat them with my weapon. Let's see. When I say that, I raise the absolute spear in front of me and close my eyes. As it is, the image I imagine was the lightning that clings to the absolute spear. As the image solidifies, I unconsciously open my mouth. Magic attire. At that moment, lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The lightning struck the absolute spear directly and continued to charge the absolute spear, as it was. Knight and I watched the scene in a daze. It's a success. Woof. I swung the absolute spear around as if to confirm it immediately, and the lightning bolt followed the spear as if drawing a line, and even more so, the speed at which the absolute spear was being wielded seemed to be increasing. No way. I threw it lightly at a tree outside the yard to see what it felt like. Then, Zugan. Knight and I, and even Akatsuki, who was lying idly, were appalled by the scene. The spear I threw flew at a speed that even my own eyes couldn't follow, and the moment it touched the tree, not only did it pierce it, but for some reason, lightning rained down on the tree from above. The tree, which was carbonized in an instant, was given no time to burn. When I was stunned by the excessive power, the absolute spear had returned to my hand before I realized it. Moreover, the lightning that the absolute spear is wearing has not disappeared even though it has returned, and it is still buzzing. Scary. This is. Now I imagined lightning, but what would happen if it was fire or water? I figured about the idea already, so let's do everything. So I put magic on the absolute spear, one after another. There are some which can, and some which cannot. This is because, although I succeeded in making it clothed in fire, I couldn't make it clothed in water. Perhaps it's a matter of my imagination. It was easy to imagine a spear with fire, but I couldn't imagine a spear with water. I was able to make it clothed with the wind, but not with the earth. And now that I've made it this far, I've been thinking about it even more. What would happen if I combined all the things I could do at this stage? I couldn't stop being curious, so I tried it right away, but I was able to do it. Seriously. Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki looked at the absolute spear in my hand and felt somewhat drawn out by it. This is because the current spear I'm holding is not in its usual form, it is clothed in a tornado of fire and surrounded by charged lightning. Moreover, I, who is holding it for some reason, do not feel any particular heat. This is, what happens if I throw it? As far as I'm concerned, the lightning alone was very dangerous, and if I were to throw it at a tree outside the yard, it would be a disaster. This is not an easy one to throw. Woof. Fugo, Knight and Akatsuki nodded fiercely, doing their best to agree. However, this would cover up one issue, the fusion of magic and melee combat. Of course, the best thing would be to mix weapons and magic in a balanced way while also using magic as I do now. But I still lack experience and magical proficiency to do that, so this attempt was made to connect to that. It's more than I expected. Woof. Knight also nodded with his eyes shining, and he began to try to see if he could wear lightning on his claws, which are his weapons, just like the absolute spear, to me. Then. You. Woof. Ooh. Lightning flashed in Knight's claws, and it clad on it. Then Knight ran out straight away and jumped out with lightning speed, as if it were a lightning strike, cutting down the trees outside the garden. At that moment, just like when I threw the absolute spear earlier, lightning struck the tree. I don't know what principle it's based on, but for some reason, the lightning is falling from the sky. Perhaps the absolute spear and Knight's claw wrapped in lightning may be acting like a kind of indicator. Or lightning rod. No, I don't know what that means either. As I was stroking Knight, who slid over to me as if to say praise me, I suddenly had an even more frightening thought. That's what came to mind when Knight moved after wearing lightning on his claws earlier. Hey, Knight. Woof. Wouldn't it be great if we could move faster than Master Usagi? Woof. Knight was surprised by my statement, his eyes widening just as much as before. That's natural. It's just that Master Usagi is even called the Kicking Saint, and he actually boasts tremendous leg strength. That's why his agility is outrageous, and I still can't follow him with my eyes, but I was about to step into that territory suddenly. Naturally, it would be impossible to catch up with him first, as our status is also inferior to Master Usagi. But what if we borrowed the power of magic? According to Sage San, magic is all about imagination, and I have a magic circuit that I inherited from that Sage San. Watch me for a moment, I said, and then I meditated on the image. It's the image of the thunderclad Knight I saw earlier. I'm just going to change that into me. Earlier, Knight had only clothed his claws with lightning, but his movements were the fastest so far, as if he was clearly affected by the lightning. That's why I wondered what would happen if I also wore lightning on myself instead of the absolute spear. The result was. So, I was able to do it. Woof. Booey. Lightning clung to my body, and my armor glowed pale white. No, I don't know if I've succeeded yet. We'll have to see it in action. And the moment I took a step forward, I left every view behind. Huh? My eyes widen as the landscape around me suddenly changes. What happened? I was just taking a step forward. The moment I thought that, I turned around fearfully at a specific feeling, and I saw. Seriously. What's this? A path has been created from where Moreover, the path was blackened and scorched, and for some reason, Things like lightning's afterglow were shining in places. Did I make such a long move with just that one step? I conversely became calm at the situation that was too far from reality. I checked my current location with my map skill and muttered that unconsciously. That's because I seemed to have gone out of the yard in an instant with that one step and came straight to the vicinity of the forest entrance. No, I don't understand what I'm saying to myself. It's not a distance that I can move in a single step by any stretch of the imagination, and more importantly, its speed is strange. I don't think maybe Master Usagi would be capable of this. But at least it's not possible to do it for me until now. But it's really possible now. Even so, I still don't see the logic in it. I'm stunned yet still physically electrified, so I tried to go home in this situation for a while. Then. For real? Woof. Fugo. Once again, I moved that long distance in an instant, and before I knew it, I was standing in the position I was in before I moved. I suddenly came back, and Knight and Akatsuki were surprised to see me with their eyes wide open. I've already figured it out, but it still seems that I can gain that much speed if I wear lightning. However, I need to control it, but this is something I have to train well. Because the moment I step out of the door, it's normally laughable that if I don't know the place. But then again, it was a dangerous situation. I didn't happen to tear down the house or the fence, but this would be a bad idea if I run into the house with this technique. I regret now that I made a move without thinking about it. However, this ability is very appealing. And if I can master it, it will definitely become a great power. If that's the case, I'll start practicing right away. Woof. Fugo. It looks like Akatsuki will be following our training as well. I'm going to start training to master this technique as soon as possible, but I decided to move first. In that case, I removed the magic attire once, otherwise, I might end up at the entrance of the forest again. Well, then. You are you? Knight? Just as I was about to start now, Knight suddenly started growling. Akatsuki and I were confused by it. And suddenly I felt a chilling sensation in my back. Ha! I hurriedly held Akatsuki and Knight and jumped back to the side at once. What was that? We could see a cloud of dust rising from the spot where we had been standing a moment ago. As I was staring at the scene without caution, a voice suddenly called out from the sky. Astonished. How could you avoid the attack just now? You are. When I looked up, I saw the mysterious girl who appeared when I restrained Raygar-sama, standing leisurely on a tree. Upon closer look, she held a silver bow in her hand, which she hadn't carried the other day. At the girl's presence, Knight growled, and Akatsuki gave a serious look, which was unusual. What's wrong? While tilting my head at Akatsuki's condition, I quickly put on the cloak of disguise that I obtained recently to hide Akatsuki, who has the lowest fighting power, as soon as possible, and I asked the girl with caution. Who are you exactly? Why did you attack us? She was silent in response to my question, but the next thing I knew, I felt a chill run down my spine. Huh? Following that sensation, I lifted my absolute spear, while crouching down and cut something off. It was the same arrow I saw during the attack on the royal capital. The arrows flew out of nowhere just like the other day, but the fact that they were aiming at me like this indicates that you're involved, right? Affirmative. It was short, but she was the first to respond to my words. And then. Conviction. You can't be defeated with just the arrows I fired beforehand. Fired beforehand? The other day, she was talking about predictions and other mysterious things. I don't think the arrows she's aiming at now may be the things that the girl shot at beforehand, right? If that's the case, then I have no idea what kind of technique she's using. Besides, the fact that she can do such a thing means she's clearly in the Master Usagi class. Seriously? I can't help but spill that out of my mouth, but I guess it's inevitable. Just a few minutes ago, I was trying to think of a way to catch up with Master Usagi as much as possible, and I hadn't even been able to control it yet. Should I just go for it without preparation? Woof. Knight is also ready to go for a fight. I'll ask you again, why are you going after us? A threat. You're a threat to my plans. And it's also just revenge. Revenge? I can't help but tilt my head back at the girl's words. Revenge, you said. To me? I don't know I ever did something that deserves revenge from this girl. I don't remember that at all, but a level of revenge like this would mean that I must be pretty much hated, right? No matter how much I think about it, I don't remember ever meeting this girl before in the royal capital, and I don't remember doing anything in particular that would get me revenge. If it was revenge for preventing all the arrows in the last attack, then there's nothing I can do about it. If I hadn't done that, I'd be dead. For now, since it seems like she won't be able to give me a proper answer even if I ask at this point, I also readied my absolute spear. However, the effect of magic attire has already expired. Well, I still haven't been able to control it, and it can't be helped. I don't understand well, but for now, I'm going to defeat you and ask you for more details. Impossible. You're no match for me. That still. I wouldn't know if I didn't try it. I threw absolute spear with all my strength. The girl just twisted her neck to dodge it. However, since absolute spear pursues until it hits the target, it immediately changes direction and attacks the girl from behind. Shock. It's following me. Don't forget about us, too. Woof. Knight and I slashed at the girl who was distracted by the absolute spear that was approaching from behind, at the same time. In doing so, I swing down my Omni sword, and Knight turns his claws down. But naive, with that word, the girl first caught the absolute spear, with the silver-colored bow in her hand and swept it away at me without killing its momentum. Uck. I was momentarily disconcerted because the spear that I had thrown with all my strength was swept away towards me, but I quickly calmed down, dodged the attack, grabbed the hilt, and stored it in the item box. At that time, my body opened up due to the momentum of the absolute spear, a bit, but I used that momentum to swing down the Omni sword in my hand. However, the girl dodged even that attack without difficulty. But, after dodging it, Knight was already there. Woof. The girl didn't even turn around and blocked the blow, which could be called a Godspeed by Knight, with a silver bow in her hand. Wah. Understood. It's dangerous, but that's the extent of it. Kyan. Knight. The girl catching Knight's attack only seemed to push him lightly, but Knight was blown away with great force. Nevertheless, Knight adjusted his stance in the air and landed in place and roared again. It only happened for a few moments, but it still made me realize how badly I felt. The girl in front of me is terribly strong. No use. There's no point in going any further. I'll end it. What? After saying that, she held up the silver bow she was holding. Then, the exact same arrow that flew in the air earlier appeared in her hand. Maybe it's an ability similar to an item box, and that's where she stores the arrows. As I was wary of what kind of attack would be flying at me, it was almost like a miracle. I wasn't on the reflex level, but rather an instinctual part of my body was moving unconsciously. And the moment I jumped back to follow that instinct, there was a tremendous shock to my torso. Gah. Woof. Don't come here. I quickly stopped Knight's attempt to approach me in surprise. Frighteningly, I was blown away by the force of the arrows that grazed my body. Then, as if to chase after the blown away me, arrows fly in one after another at extraordinary speeds. It's incomparable to the first time I was attacked, and I couldn't even follow it with my eyes anymore. All I could hear was the sound of a bowstring being plucked. The moment I heard the sound, the arrow was right in front of me. Even though I was so alert, I couldn't see the girl's attack at all. The arrows that flew at me in the chase, I managed to hold myself up as if to use the Omni sword as a shield, but with only a single pursuit, I am blown away again. Ha! I tried to escape somehow, but I didn't even have time to do so. and there was already a new arrow in front of me. No matter how I think about it, I can't even defend myself in time. If I continue like this, I'll die. I felt the same intense sense of death when I first came to this other world. If it was me before I came to this world, I would have been helplessly swallowed up by that presence and would have died. My body would have frozen in place in fear. But my body was not mysteriously tense. In response to such a presence, a relatively strong sense of resistance grew up in me. I ignored the idea of controlling or anything like that and immediately activated the lightning, magic attire. At that moment, I felt the pace around me instantly slow down. That's a phenomenon that didn't happen when I first used magic attire. But somehow, I can imagine the reason for this phenomenon. When I used magic attire, during my first practice, the effect of lightning only affected my muscle strength. But now I'm probably having the effect of lightning on my eyes and brain as well. This is why my brain and eyes are catching up with my body's movements for the first time. If it were true, I don't think I would have been able to do it this fast. Still, I guess this is an instinct to power up in a dangerous situation. Rather, my body instinctively triggered it as a crisis avoidance ability because I knew I'd die if I didn't do it here. Besides, if I look closely, I see that the lightning was glowing blue-white when I first used it, but now the white and silver lightning is clinging to my body. Apparently, not only did it accelerate my thoughts, but it also strengthened the lightning itself. Anyway, my thoughts' acceleration made the arrow approaching in front of me look terribly slow, and I succeeded in avoiding it. Then as soon as I dodged the arrow, the surrounding speed returned to normal, and the arrow slammed into the place I was just at like a machine gun. Huh? The girl's eyes widened at the situation where I had moved to another place before she even realized it. Puzzled. The attack just now should have been a hit. Why? The girl couldn't hide her confusion, as if she didn't believe it very much. But I wasn't going to let the opportunity slip away. Knight. Woof. Just when I called his name, Knight figured out what I was thinking and immediately began to wear lightning all over his body, just like me. And at the same time as me, he runs out of the place. Fast. The girl's eyes widened as our speed increased rapidly. Earlier, I couldn't control this movement, but now I can manage my actions. Gore. Knight and I slash at the girl, trapping her between us, and she leaps on the spot. Phew. With the momentum of the leap, she moved directly over our heads, and while twisting her body in the air, she fired several arrows at divine speed. However, they were no longer effective against us, who were clad in magic attire. Gah. We quickly came to an abrupt halt on the spot and went straight into the girl's direction. Of course, arrows were flying at us, but we managed to get through them. If there were arrows that we still couldn't avoid, we pushed forward while cutting them down. How about this? I dove into the girl's bosom and released a kick as I twisted my body and launched it up into the sky. Finally, she couldn't avoid it and used her silver bow as a shield to prevent the attack. However, the impact was not something that can be eluded. As she struck up into the sky, Knight, who was anticipating the attack from me, was already waiting in the sky. While spinning forward with the momentum, Knight directly transmitted the foot technique of Master Usagi into the girl. The girl managed to react to Knight's attack, and she still managed to block it with her silver bow, just like with me, and was slammed straight into the ground. The impact was tremendous, and a cloud of dust rose to the fullest extent. Knight, who was up in the sky, landed next to me and stared as alertly as I did at the rising cloud of dirt and smoke. By the feeling that I got, I think the impact wasn't something that she can sweep away easily as well. The atmosphere is tense around the area, and a slightly cold voice comes from behind the smoke, still the same as when we first met. Astonished. Woof. And we're stunned as the smoke cleared, the girl standing unperturbed despite her wounds in front of us. Even though we have done so much, she still won't fall down. Perhaps it's a pure difference in status, the girl still stood firm in her footing even after receiving our full force attack, although she seemed to be taking damage. Then, while we froze in surprise, the girl told us in a matter-of-fact tone, "It's confirmed. As I thought, you're a threat. I'll be sure to beat you here." What? The moment she began to say that, she raised her bow again. "Master, lend me your strength." Then she muttered something. Unlike earlier, the arrow in her hand was replaced with a shiny white metal object that I had never seen before. Suddenly the arrow changed, and our alertness level was raised again. "But you guys can't do anything from here." At the same time as that word, an arrow was released, but it wasn't as fast as we were warned. Instead, the arrow that had been flying at us earlier was even faster. Despite our bewilderment at this, the girl's movements did not end there. She released another arrow at almost the same speed as the one that she had released, and this time she released the same wooden arrows as before. Moreover, it flew along precisely the same firing line as the earlier arrow and finally caught up with the metal arrow. Then the wooden arrow crashed into the metal arrowhead and shattered. And the struck metal arrow accelerated at a speed far beyond our imagination. Ugh! The current me, whose brain and eyes should have been strengthened under the influence of the magic attire, still couldn't follow the arrows that flew at me with my eyes. Even so, predicting the line of fire from the arrow before it accelerated, I twisted my neck, and the arrow grazed my cheek. When the arrow I dodged hit the tree behind me, the momentum never stops, and it goes through the tree one after the other. Wah! And that arrow wasn't just once. When I turned my body to the girl again from the stance I had taken to avoid the arrow earlier, there were already dozens. No, not dozens, but hundreds of the same arrows as before being released. It can't be true, right? While I wish that were the case, the storm of arrows in front of me is undeniably real. Knight, keep avoiding it at all costs. Woof. We continued to avoid flying arrows, judging them only by their initial line of fire, although I also quickly activated a wind spell similar to the one I used in the royal capital. We had to keep moving as a result in the face of an attack of power that could not be offset by such a wind. However, there's no way we could continue to avoid such an attack for a long time, and both Knight and I, even though they were small, the number of scratches we got gradually increased. Damn it. At this rate, I can't think of a handful of cards to get through this anymore. As I continued to dodge in an impossibly dangerous situation, the storm of arrows unexpectedly stopped. What? But it was the precursor of an even more powerful attack. At that moment, I saw the girl with her bow drawn so tightly that I could hear the sound even from a distance. And then, Comet. A single arrow was released, thrusting forward while gutting the surrounding trees and ground. It is no longer in the same dimension as the previous arrows. I was able to avoid the arrows up until now, but the one that was shot at us now is absolutely unavoidable. It was an overwhelming blow that brought me to that belief. All I could do was watch the attack in stunned amazement and wonder if I could somehow let Knight and Akatsuki escape alone. However, the despair looming in front of us would not allow such a thing to happen, and that's when we were about to be swept up by the strike. Heaven Fly. Part 3. The moment when we were about to be swept up by the strike. Heaven Fly! Exclamation mark. Something white suddenly interrupted the distance between us and the arrow, which was thrusting forward while wrapping around the surroundings. It stooped down to the ground threshold and jumped up at once at the moment of collision with the arrow. And then, using its momentum, the white something surprisingly kicked the arrow away. The kicked arrow shattered into pieces of wood, and its remnants scattered around. That scattered object alone spread the impact to change the surrounding terrain, but we were strangely unaffected by it. As I watched the scene with Knight in a daze, the white something that suddenly appeared turned its gaze towards us. "I'm sorry I'm late. Master Usagi." What a surprise! It was Master Usagi who saved us from our predicament. Master Usagi narrowed his eyes in amusement when he noticed that lightning was clinging to our bodies. "How? That's a pretty interesting idea. That kind of idea is a good stimulus for me, who hasn't mastered magic yet. I'll take a look at it for reference, okay? As you wish. I mean, it's not the time for that now. I couldn't help but reply straightforwardly, but that's not the case right now. I mean, if the current magic attire could be used by Master Usagi too, wouldn't the distance between us be even further? While simultaneously realizing the current situation and sad reality, Master Usagi turned his gaze to the mysterious girl. Now, we've met again, Yuti. Huh? How, my name? Master Usagi's words startled me. Could it be that she's Master Usagi's acquaintance? If so, why did I get attacked? Then Master Usagi snorted. Humph. After you attacked me, I was just curious, so I looked into you, but thanks to that, I'm convinced you're the successor of the Bow Saint, right? Huh. The girl called Yuti was silent in response to Master Usagi's question. But it looks to me as if she's saying that's the answer. I mean, did Master just say that she is the successor of the Bow Saint? Does that mean that the girl in front of me has a Master of Existence who bears the same holy title as me? But that makes it even more confusing. The existence of the holy is to protect the world from the evil and all the other negative emotions in this world, right? So what does that have to do with me? Am I that evil or something? Is it because I'm from a different world? But then, I should have already been beaten up when I met Master Usagi. Ignoring me, who was already confused for no reason, Master continued. I haven't seen that fellow for a long time now, but I never thought that she would have been killed. Ha! At Master's words, Yuti glared at Master fiercely and then turned his hateful gaze on me as well. I will avenge my master. So, I will take revenge on this world. Do you really think that's what she wants? Shut up. What do you know about any of it? You'll do nothing until the evil appears. Then she uttered her fury as if her previous attitude were a lie, and continued. No. Master is not like you. She has always protected humans. And yet. Betrayal. You, humans, have betrayed her. You have forgotten about the Master. And you killed her. I couldn't hide my surprise at the girl's words. I don't know the details of the situation from the current conversation, but at least her Master was probably the one who was crowned holy. A mere mortal killed such a great person. But unlike me, who was surprised, Master Usagi had a somewhat sad expression on his face. That fellow wouldn't have resisted. Even if she was deemed unnecessary by the people she was protecting, she would have accepted it as good and took it without a word. But even if that's the case, we wholly must protect the world from evil. That's our mission, our contract with this world. We are not allowed to break that and use that technique to destroy the world in the same way as the evil. So what? I inherited my skills from my masters. But I didn't inherit the Bow Saint. That's why I don't know about that holy contract. That's not going to solve anything. You don't know? Then you can stop. But that's not possible. Because you're going to die here. Ha! Oi, stop freaking out. She's coming. I mean, we have no idea what's going on here. Do you really look like I can explain this situation to you? I know that. However, if an attack like the one earlier is unleashed, there's nothing I can do about it. However, perhaps sensing my feelings, Master Usagi said simply. I'll block the big attack. So you guys should do something about that girl. That's unreasonable. You must do it even if it's unreasonable. You couldn't fight the evil if you like that. No, I don't even want to fight. Of course, in order to live safely in this world, it would be good if I had enough power to resist that evil, but it's not that easy. Or rather, if possible, I just hope that I don't encounter such a dangerous existence. However, Master Usagi doesn't seem to have any intention of changing what he once said, and he keeps rushing in more and more by himself. Geez. We will go too. Woof. We immediately applied our magic attire and ran at full speed to get to Yuti, and a large number of arrows attacked us to keep us away from her. When will she run out of arrows? There is no end in sight to her attacks, as much as I would like to complain about it, but anyway, we managed to slip into Yuti's bosom, dodging the storm of incoming arrows and having Master Usagi block the attacks that we sometimes don't seem to be able to block due to our delayed reaction. Ha! Ku. I don't know if she knows the effect of the Omni Sword. I have, but Yuti is successfully repelling my attacks while using her silver bow to defend against the attacks from Night. Hey, that's not exactly the way you train. Use your legs. Are we still training in this situation? Isn't it obvious? I don't know what's obvious anymore, but if I didn't use my legs as the main focus here, the rest would be scary, so I'd have to deal with it quietly and only with my foot technique. Even so, after the situation remained tense for a while, Yuti suddenly jumped backward as hard as she could, as if taking a considerable distance. Simultaneously, she began to draw her bow to the extreme again, like the arrow she fired just before Master Usagi arrived. Oh, no. I moved quickly to stop her at the sight of that, but for some reason, even though she shouldn't have fired an arrow yet, wooden arrows suddenly flew in from around her. How come? Humph. In the last attack, she had probably sent several arrows flying around the area to blend in. Those arrows flew in advance at just attacking at the exact time she calculated. Just as she calculated, you said. So how can she aim at me like this? Who knows, I can only say it's because the bow saint was doing the same thing. It's absurd. I really don't see the point of letting an arrow go beforehand and then attacking with it. In response to my unintentional shouting, Master Usagi, who was running along with me, aiming at Yuti, said something even more outrageous. Well, Yuya. Yes? You saw what I did before, right? Huh? I wonder if he means the move he did before. Is it the one that made that ridiculous arrow leap up from the ground threshold and turn that ridiculous arrow into a piece of wood? As I tilted my head, unable to understand the flow of the conversation, Master Usagi grinned. For now, you use that technique to stop the arrow. I'll stop the little girl's movements while I have the opportunity to do so. No. That's impossible. Just do it. Night, follow me, let's go. Wait, This is a very sudden request. Without the time to complain, Master Usagi ran through at a speed that even I, who was wearing magic attire, couldn't catch up with. Or rather, even with magic armor, I still can't catch up in the end, huh? Then, as soon as Master Usagi sped up, the girl released the arrow she'd been pulling out. That arrow, just as before, chopped up the surrounding trees and rammed into me in a kind of tornado form while gouging out the ground. I didn't have time to avoid or defend against it when it came to this point, and as a result, I was forced to move as Master Usagi had said. Geez. I have to do it. I desperately remembered Master Usagi's move earlier. As I recall, he had stooped down to the ground thresholds once, but that was to release his power all at once, right? Thinking that, I didn't stoop down like Master Usagi, but instead, I twisted my body and concentrated my power to make my body as compact as possible. And the moment the arrow and I made contact, the concentrated power exploded at once. Ha! I jumped up at once, twisting my body into a spiral, and slammed a kick into the arrowhead while letting my body go with the flow. Then, with the addition of the rotation, my kick successfully shattered the arrowhead. It's a bit of a rush, but I was conscious of the spiral that was written in various martial arts books that I got at the second-hand bookstore when I first opened the door to another world. Even the spear book said to be conscious of the spiral, and the spiral concept may be one of the quintessential martial arts concepts. Some of the books I bought said that a spiral represents the whole universe. However, I didn't think I could really do it, so I land safely today, thinking that I have many things to try out in the real world all of a sudden. Huh? That's ridiculous. Now, it's over. Shh. The girl's eyes were wide open when I smashed the arrow, but Master didn't miss the momentary opening and went into the bosom and hit the girl with a kick that was more powerful than the kick I did before. Wow, it's hard to get over that easily. The girl who was kicked off is pushing forward while bending several trees, and after a while, she finally hit a tree and slid down. That was a terrifyingly powerful kick, but is she okay? I don't think I'd be able to survive if I took that kick. While being alert, I headed down to the girl who had fallen to the ground with Master Usagi. The girl was still conscious despite being tattered. Amazing. Uck. Ah. Now, let's get you to speak quietly, shall we? I tilt my head at Master Usagi's abrupt words. He's going to make her talk, it seems. What is it about? Ooh. It certainly seemed like she had a connection to the Dark Guild in the royal capital, and you'd like to hear about her connections there. Huh? No, I don't mean that. That's not what it's about. Well, maybe that's not the point from Master Usagi's point of view, but it's pretty important from our point of view. But from the expression on Master Usagi's face, it seemed that Yuti was hiding something more significant than that. And where did you get the power of the evil? Huh? I widened my eyes at Master Usagi's words. It has nothing to do with you. How could it not matter? I'm the Kicking Saint and also the Ear Saint. In order to protect this world, I have to fight against the evil. Shut up. Why? What is the value of those who killed my master? They continue to pollute the earth, growing in vain, and continue their unsightly conflicts. The answer: worthless. You are not the one who decides their value. Of course, it's not me either. Master Usagi said coldly, but I couldn't say anything to Yuti's words. Her master was undoubtedly killed by us humans, I guess. And that too, by the existence she was supposed to have been protecting. If I were in a similar position, that wouldn't be very forgiving. Yuti, despite being dizzy, struggled to get up to the spot, still carrying intense emotions, and stared at us. You people decide what they are worth. Then I will destroy the value. Whoa. Cool. As I thought. Suddenly, a tremendous sense of intimidation was released from Yuti. Then things like a black haze kept pouring out of Yuti's body. Master. Something that looks bad is overflowing. Remember that carefully. That's a part of the evil presence. Is that it? Moreover, just a part of it. That's right. That girl is already like a kind of deity, with the power of evil in her hands. Deity, you said. It's like an evil god. I'm already exposed to an intimidating feeling that makes it painful just to stand there, but Master says that this is only part of the evil presence. No way, right? The nearby knight also shuddered at the presence of it, his tail hanging down. Ah. The girl wailed in lament and charged at us while wearing the black haze. Gah. I quickly took out my Omni sword and took a defensive stance, but amazingly, with a powerful attack that penetrated even that defense, blood was spat out of my mouth. You, too, will be erased. Ku. Her beautiful grey eyes when we first met turned bright red, and she approached Master with a movement like a beast without reason and struck him as hard as she could. Master quickly blocked that attack, but the shockwave from the collision reaches me, where I was blown away. It hurts. Woof, woof. As Knight hurriedly rushed over to me, I patted him to reassure him and quickly took out the complete recovery herbal juice from my item box and drank it down. Then I hurried back to Master and was appalled to see the sight of the girl in an evenly matched close combat with Master, who is a Kicking Saint. Hey. That girl's master is called Bow Saint, right? So isn't she good with a bow? She was using a bow before. How is that possible to go head-to-head with Master? I was only stunned by the scene that was so far from reality, but I quickly came to my senses and shouted to Master. Master. What should I do now? Don't ask me. I'm in trouble too. But I do know one thing. This girl is not officially evil. Huh? What does he mean when she has the power of evil, but she's not officially an evil? Explain it to me in a simple way, please. Then, although he may not have read my mind, Master told me while fighting. This girl somehow has the power of the evil but not the evil itself. So someday I'm sure that the power she's using now will run out. But I can't tell when that will be. No way. Even so, if I can manage this girl's evil power now, I should be able to restrain it at least. So I have no choice but to keep fighting until this girl's strength is exhausted. Well, that is if I can hold it until then. How ominous it sounds. If Master can't stop her, there's nothing we can do about either. But when I see that even now she's fighting evenly with Master, I can see that she's really in trouble. Even if Knight and I want to help, we can't go in poorly and interfere with Master. That's when I thought I'd have to just watch in silence just like that. Fugo. Heh? Akatsuki. Then Akatsuki, who had been hiding under the cloak of disguise, suddenly came towards us. Hey, Akatsuki. It's not safe here, you need to hide somewhere like before. Woof, woof. Knight and I say that desperately, but for some reason, Akatsuki shakes his head. Bui. Bua bui. Akatsuki had a serious look on his face towards Yuti, who was fighting with Master. And then. Buiai. What? This is. Then a blue-white light emanated from Akatsuki's body and permeated the surroundings. Furthermore, an equally blue-white light came down from the air like snow. This is Akatsuki's sanctuary skill. It's just more divine than the usual sanctuary. For a moment, I thought it would heal me and Master's wounds, but right after Akatsuki used the skill, I realized that wasn't the case as Yuti's movements suddenly became worse. Wah! I can't get any power. Amazingly, the black haze that had erupted from Yuti's body dissipated the moment it touched the light of Akatsuki's sanctuary skill. Master, who was fighting Yuti, also sensed this and even looked at Akatsuki with a surprised expression. Don't tell me. You're not just a normal pig. Bui? Bui bui. Akatsuki stomped on the ground on the spot as if to say that Master's words were something he didn't want to hear. Sorry, I thought so for a moment too. However, it seemed that Master's reaction was different from my surprise. It was because he had some insight into Akatsuki's race. What exactly is that? Well, there are a lot of things I want to ask about from Akatsuki and Master, but right now the girl in front of us is first, so Master sneaked into Yuti's bosom, who was not moving fast enough. Just sleep now. Gah. After getting struck once more, Yuti fell straight to the ground, and this time she lost consciousness. Phew. It gave me a cold sweat. Once he was sure that Yuti was completely unconscious, Master finally took a breath. Then he turned his gaze to Akatsuki, who was immediately blown out of Yuti's black haze. I didn't realize it myself, but I didn't expect you to have that power. Master. Does Master know anything about Akatsuki's power? Of course. Didn't I explain to you before why evil is born and why we holy are born? Why, yes. As I recall, evil is the crystallization of the negative aspects of this world's creatures, and holy is like a self-purification action to eliminate that harmful evil presence. That's right. And although I didn't tell you at the time, there are several other beings in this world that play a self-purifying role besides us holy. One of them is this pig. Buiai. I couldn't help but look at Akatsuki, and he proudly puffed out his chest in response to my gaze. See cute, it's not the time for that now. When I had Akatsuki use the sanctuary skill for the first time, not only did I feel like my body was recovering, but there was definitely a sensation that my surroundings were being purified. I didn't expect that it was a skill to purify the presence of evil. Are there quite a few beings like Akatsuki? No, these beings are still shrouded in many mysteries. After all, they are different from us holy in the first place. We have mastered our own techniques, and as a result, we are recognized as powerful enough to oppose the evil and are given a title by the world. On the other hand, this pig is an existence that can resist evil from birth. In other words, while we are artificial, this one is natural. I see. Apparently, Akatsuki was even more amazing than I imagined. Well, he had never been able to fight directly until now. Still, his recovery from the sanctuary skill has been of great help. It's a great help when there's no time to drink complete recovery herbal juice, or when there are many injured people. His even greater power has been revealed here. So this was the original use of the sanctuary, huh? But it makes me more and more confused about this guy's race. When I think about it again, I've never seen a pig like this before. Bui. And Knight, too. There are a few races that come to mind if I just look at his color alone, but none of them would be able to reach this level of combat power. Master looks at Knight and Akatsuki with wonderment. Come to think of it, I've never explained about their races. Let's see. From what I've read, Akatsuki's race is called Muju, and Knight's race is called Black Fenrir. The moment he heard the name of their species, Master Usagi froze in place. What did you just say? So it's Muju and Black Fenrir. Master Usagi fell silent again. Did I say something wrong? I've never heard of Akatsuki's race before, but I didn't expect to meet a legendary being here. I see, a child wolf and that ability. I wonder what will happen when he becomes an adult. That's terrifying, Master. It's nothing. You guys have grown up more than I expected. I was just thinking of a new training program. Rejoice. It's going to get tougher from now on. Seriously. The training of Master Usagi's one-on-one and actual battle style is already hard. How could it be when it gets even harder? When I was already frustrated with the training that would become even more severe from now on, Master Usagi turned his attention to the unconscious Yuti. Now, about this girl's treatment. And after saying that much, for some reason, he turns his gaze towards me. All right, I've left it up to you. Huh? After Master Usagi said just that, he turned his back to us. I'm tired today. I'm going home. Hey. Isn't Master going to take care of this girl? Moreover, this girl is an evil one, isn't she? It's okay. She doesn't have that kind of power anymore. No, but isn't he related to Master? Humph. Rather than me taking care of her, you seem to be better at handling women. That won't be true. Bye-bye. Master. Master Usagi ignored my restraint and leapt straight up into the air and flew somewhere else at a tremendous speed, using the air as a foothold just like before. The three of us stared at the scene with blank eyes and eventually looked at each other. Then we looked at the unconscious Yuti again. What should we really do about this girl? Woof. Bui tilde. In the end, I couldn't leave her alone, and I had to carry Yuti on my back and take her into the house. Epilogue. A dense negative atmosphere is wafting around the world's disposal ground. There is no sign of plants or animals there, and a wilderness spreads out all around. However, in such a dead land, there are three shadows of persons that appear. Their bodies were covered with an unrecognizable black haze, and it was impossible to distinguish their voices, ages, or even genders. One of those shadows opens the mouth. It seems that one of the pieces has disappeared. That's amazing. She was also a disciple of one of those holy, right? Did they kill her? No idea. But any sign of the power I gave her has been completely obliterated. I see. Would it be because the world purifying itself? It's troublesome, isn't it? I doubt it. Maybe that girl was just too weak? Well, I can't say anything about that. At the very least, she had the holy technique and a piece of our power. And also, she had developed enough negative emotions to accept my power. In that case, She wouldn't give up her power on her own. Then I guess she's either been knocked down by one of the holy or erased by another self-purification process. This kind of pisses me off. We're here because this world exists after all. Don't be so sulky. Besides, our poison is steadily consuming this world. Some of the holy have fallen to us, too. Ah ha 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 ha. It's funny when I think about it. The existence that was created to protect the world from us is now the enemy of the world. That's great. Well, they're just the holy after all. I have no idea what they're capable of, but it's better than nothing. Don't be so careless, okay? Although the power of the individual holy is frail, it is still a bit troublesome when they are in groups. And above all, we, the so-called evil ones, have been defeated many times by the hands of the holy ones. You don't have to worry about it so much, do you? It's been a long time since any other evil was eliminated. And I heard that at that time, there was only one terribly strong person and that such a person was not born very often. Yes. And that person is just a human being, after all. He's not even alive anymore. Well, I guess that's true. Speaking of which, what happened with the other fellows? Everyone else is doing the same as you, corrupting the holy or some kind of dark guild in human society? I'm sure they are playing around by instigating people there. Sigh. I don't want them to make too many flashy moves. If they move too much, those holy guys that haven't fallen on us yet will start moving. That would be impossible. We're always on a quest to destroy the world, after all. It's rare that you're so careful. Well, that's true too. Now, I think it's time for me to go away. It's a hassle, but I'd like to check the piece just in case. Why didn't you just leave it alone? She could be dead by now, right? Yeah, but it's just in case. That will be good if she's alive. Even if she's dead, her body might be useful for something else. It's a valuable sample, after all. It is definitely worth retrieving. Well, that's okay. I'm going to take a nap then. Yes. Since I'm not so interested in the holy guys, I guess I'll take a break too. Then the three shadows that had gathered together, one by one, left behind a black haze and disappeared as if they were melting into the air. The world's disposal ground was once again enveloped in silence. I wonder if she's really all right now. Woof. Fugo. A few days have passed since I was forced to bring the unconscious Yuti to my house and put her to bed, and when I see Yuti still not waking up, I can't help but ask Knight and Akatsuki that. Knight is twisting his head the same way I am, but Akatsuki is extremely confident. That's how powerful the sanctuary skill is. I'm worried about this because when the girl who sleeps in front of me wakes up, she might attack me again. I know she's fine because of Akatsuki's sanctuary, but still, I'm a bit worried about it, so I had her weapon, the bow, evacuated to the Earth's house. In order to get to the Earth's house, you have to pass through the door to another world, and since that requires my permission, Yuti can't collect it on her own. As I watched her continue to sleep for a while, she woke up. NGH. Where is? You wake up. Aya. The moment I called out to the awakened Yuti, she got up with a speed that made it hard to believe that she had been unconscious just a moment ago and took a posture to hold the bow. However, Yuti noticed that her important bow was missing. My bow. It looks like she's attacking me even without a bow. Surprisingly, Yuti made the only arrow appear in her hand, and when she held it in her other hand, she attacked me. But without that black haze and because she just woke up after being knocked out, I succeeded in avoiding the attack without difficulty. When the black haze was present, she was evenly matched with Master, but in this way, she seemed to be not very good at close combat. For now, it would be unavoidable if she continued to attack me like this, so I immediately restrained both of Yuti's arms. However, Yuti tried to escape from the restraints and started to react violently. My bow, give it back. If I return it, you will attack me. If you don't return it to me, I'll attack you. No, you can't. Indeed, she's still attacking me like this even though I don't give her the bow. However, no matter how bad she is at close combat, she's an existence with a master who is crowned with the same holy like me. Furthermore, her strength is powerful, so her status is probably higher than mine. That's why I seriously try to hold her back, but she's also very violent, so a desperate battle ensues. As I was desperately resisting and thinking that I would surely lose in this situation, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Sorry for the intrusion. Huh? Ah, Master. Help me, please. Master Usagi came over, and I immediately asked him to help me, but he just snorted. Humph. Just hold her down. Don't say something unreasonable. That composure, it won't last forever. I'm going to kill him, and then I'm going to kill you. Then Yuti, who was desperately wrestling with me, stared at Master Usagi with a tremendous look on her face. But how? The evil has tricked you, and you want to kill me? Eh? At Master Usagi's words, Yuti's strength suddenly left her. Master Usagi stared straight at such Yuti. Since that time, I've looked into a lot of things. About your master, the Bow Saint, and the resurrected evil, and about the people who killed your master. Yeah. Then you should understand. I am not fooled by evil. It was all because of humans who betrayed us. That betrayal was the work of evil in the first place, you know? Yuti was stunned by Master Usagi's words. I don't know, is this something I'm allowed to hear? Despite my thoughts, Master Usagi continued, the evil instigated the people that the Bow Saint has been protecting and had the Bow Saint killed. What did you? The people that the Bow Saint had been protecting were taken hostage. And the evil forced the Bow Saint to die, or the people she had been protecting would die. That's... Master Usagi's face twisted as he was speechless at what evil had done. Bow Saint chose the lives of the humans she had been protecting. And she accepted to be killed by the humans' hands. No way. While Yuti is even more shocked and stunned than I am, Master Usagi continues further. But the evil's wickedness doesn't end there. After having the humans kill the Bow Saint, the evil then killed those humans. What? The person called Bow Saint laid down her life to protect those people, right? Then, Master was. For what? Master Usagi did not answer Yuti's question. No, he couldn't answer it. Then Yuti began to speak faintly. Master has been protecting humans all along. Even before she became the holy protector of the world, she has been protecting humans. I was proud of such a master. But one day, the humans we had been protecting suddenly attacked us. They said they were going to take Master somewhere. And the Master was taken somewhere. I tried to stop them. But my Master wouldn't let me. I tried to stop them from taking my Master, even if I had to kill them, the person who was taking my Master. But she stopped me. She said it's okay, Master didn't come back. She was brutally murdered. The gentle Master didn't hurt a human until the end. That's because she's the holy. No, it's not that. Master is kind. But I'm not kind. I don't forgive the humans who killed my Master. But if you say that it's not just the fault of the humans, but that evil is also involved, then... Yuti stared at her palms in silence, then turned her face down and muttered quietly. I'm sorry. I want you to leave me alone. Why, yeah. As expected, I couldn't refuse Yuti's request now that I'd heard this story. We left Yuti in the room and went out into the garden, where Master Usagi stared straight at me. Bow Saint is also an existence that greatly exceeds the limits of her species, even if it's not as great as evil. There is no way a mere human could easily kill such an existence. Perhaps while the Bow Saint was slowly dying off, the evil was killing humans right in front of the Bow Saint. No way? That's what the evil is. After all, they are the lump of maliciousness and other negativity that exists on this planet. It would be best if you remembered that. I'll remember it, you said. Even if you say so, I can't do anything about it. The only thing I can do is to quietly continue my training in the Great Devil's Nest. As I was thinking about that, Master Usagi said with a dumbfounded look on his face. Hey, why are you holding yourself up as if it's a simple matter? Eh? The evil might come to retrieve Yuti. After all, she's a precious existence that has inherited the holy technique but hasn't become a holy. That's probably why she was targeted by the evil this time. And Yuya. You also fall into this category. That's why, regardless of your intentions, you will be caught up in the battle with evil. Eve? Master Usagi's unpleasant words surprised me. Anyway, keep that in mind. Also, Yuti is still very young. You'll take care of her. Okay? Why, yes. Apparently, I had no veto power. And before I realized it, I seemed to have been caught up in a battle between the ridiculous beings of holy and evil.